Just an FYI, that we're going to be a few minutes late. Our chairman's taking care of business upstairs and scheduling and so forth, and we've got a number of people stuck in traffic, so we'll get started as soon as we can.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, good morning. So my name is Representative Cam Kenny. I represent Stratford County District 10, which includes Durham and the University of New Hampshire. Today I'm here to introduce HB 1670. So this adds the total amount of state aid for special education services to grants made for adequate education. So I will begin by briefly just walking you through the bill and explaining why I introduced it. So on page 1, lines 4 and 5, it adds language to the educational tax rate set by the Commissioner of the Department of Revenue to include an additional amount equaling the costs needed for a truly adequate education for special education services. On lines 9 through 12 on the same page, it states that the revenue from this additional amount for the cost of special education services shall be deposited in the Education Trust Fund. On page 1, lines 18 through 20, it adds language to make it clear what equal education opportunities means, and that providing an appropriate public education that also regards special education services is part of the state's duty to provide a constitutionally adequate education. Page 1, line 23 through page 2, lines 23 shifts the burden to the state through the Education Trust Fund to provide the cost of all services for a child who has an IEP, ensuring that they receive a fair public education. The State Board of Education would adopt the rules for school districts applying for and identifying special education costs. Page 2, lines 26 through 32, as well as 33 through 36, again, updates language to specify that children who qualify for special education services are considered and included in the state policy that all students are provided with the opportunity to acquire an adequate education that will prepare them for life after school. Lastly, page 3, lines 1 through 18 amends the current mechanism for including special education costs in the adequate education amount. Lines 13 through 14 deletes the current funding of $2,100 and adds language to ensure that special education costs are added to the total under page 3, lines 8 through 12. So I think everything else in the bill kind of speaks for itself. I'm admittedly not an expert on this, so I'm open to the wisdom of the committee to any changes they see fit that matches the intent of this bill. It's really the first time I've put in education bills. I grew up in an IEP. Granted, it was in Massachusetts. I think because I had an IEP, it set me up for success. I'm in law school now. I'm a rep, and I'm pretty passionate about making sure that we ensure special education costs are adequately funded. Not being an expert, there are people lined up after me who may be better fit at answering some of your questions. But I'm happy to take any that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Beckett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Representative. I'm just questioning the intent. Are you looking to add the cost of special ed to be the same as base adequacy, the 4,100? Is that what that means?
Well, it shifts it from local to state to make sure that it's funded adequately across New Hampshire.
Regardless what that? Okay. Regardless what that amount is?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions from the committee? Representative, in looking at this, we have special education aid, which is separate from adequacy right now. Are you familiar with the formula for that?
Somewhat not an expert on it, though.
The way it works is that the district is responsible for paying the first 3.5 times the average cost of education. So let's estimate the cost $20,000. So 3.5 times, so the district has to cough up the $70,000 first. Then between the 3.5 and the 10 times that cost, the state kicks in 80% of that cost. So there's about 20% portion there that the district has to pay for too, on top of the 3.5 times. Beyond 10 times that average, the state pays that burden. That's their cost, with along with that 80%. So if in looking at it, have you done any calculations as far as what the state is presently paying for special education? That's the old catastrophic aid we speak of.
To be honest, no. There is a fiscal note that we're waiting for how this bill would impact. I haven't. All I can say to that is I have heard from constituents in my district and others that don't believe currently special education is adequately funded, and I believe this process would fund it more fairly and ensure that we uphold our constitutionally testing
Are we good now?
to make sure that every student, including those getting a special education, gets an adequate education.
So I have one follow-up to that. How then will there are districts that may not have a student that qualifies for special education aid. They don't have maybe a CAT aid, or why then are they going to be accountable in the base adequacy for those costs? Or why are we going to fund them for those costs when they don't have anybody? They may have a student that is IEP. Are you talking about if there's an IEP of any kind from $1, you're trying to shift into adequacy? Is that what you're trying to do?
Essentially, I to the people who helped me write the bill, they may be better at answering that question.
I see we have some people from DRA and DOE here, so maybe those technical things can be asked of them.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for bringing this bill forward. I'm specifically looking at the line in bolded that says, "The provision of a free appropriate public education under this chapter shall be considered a part of the state's duty to provide every child with a constitutionally adequate education." Now, I'm sure, being both a rep and a law student, you're aware, I'm sure others are aware, for those not aware, obviously everything we have to do here has to be in keeping with the Constitution, but there's a difference between a bill and a constitutional amendment. So I'm asking, given this line clearly is adding something to the Constitution, a constitutional requirement, how can this be done as a simple bill and not a constitutional amendment?
So my understanding would be that currently the Constitution ensures that we, the lawmakers, will provide every student with an adequate education. I think that this bill just ensures that the mechanism that we use to do so upholds the intent of that constitutional mandate.
If I may, just a quick follow-up on that, because you're correct on the concept, but would that language not say then, according to the New Hampshire Constitution, we shall do this, not adding this provision to the constitutional requirement?
Perhaps. I to be honest, I don't think a CACR was necessary for the intent of what we were trying to do with this bill. But like I said, I'm not an expert. So I would, so long as it fits the intent of the bill, could use the wisdom of the committee. You're welcome. Thank you.
Are there further questions? Representative Cordelli?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for bringing this forward. The discussion about the amount of the cost of special education services, are you talking right now the state contributes some via the formula that we have for funding, plus the districts fund special education as well. Are you talking both state and federal dollars to be included in?
To be honest, if it's okay, I'll wait until
Okay.
someone else
Sure.
testifies to answer that.
Yes.
I'm just wondering about lines 5 and 6 on the first page, where it seems as though you're adding the cost of special education services to SWEPT, the statewide education property tax. So it seems to me that you'd be asking the local districts to raise that money locally. The current 363,000, I wish, 363 million, plus the cost of special education. So I think with this language, you're actually asking the local districts to raise a substantial increase in the statewide property tax. Is that your intent?
So I don't know if you'll be satisfied with this answer. My intent was to make sure that special education costs are adequately funded. So I worked with experts who are a lot smarter than I am on writing bills like this, who know more than I do, who believe that this language would be the best way forward. And they will be testifying and probably could offer a better answer.
Further questions from the committee? Representative, are you familiar with, we have another bill before us that's been put in by the representative from Manchester to establish a commission to look at this issue, which is one we've been looking at for decades. And we recognize the importance of it, but there's a lot of strings attached to it and a lot of technical aspects. There's a component within differentiated aid also, where how would you do this? So are you aware that she has put this amendment in to really take a stiffer look at this?
To be honest, I didn't know that,
Okay.
but it's good that we're continuing to have the discussion.
Thank you. Further comments from the questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Zach Sheehan?
Good morning. My name is Zach Sheehan. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire School Funding Fairness Project. I appreciate the opportunity to testify on HB 1670. I've been trying to take some notes too to answer some of the questions hopefully that have been brought up so far. So for my understanding of the intent of this bill, which is to shift the burden, the financial responsibility from local property taxpayers to the state for paying for special education services. So during the 2021-2022 school year, just under 30,000 students, 29,715, which is 19% of our total student population, received special education services. Special education costs accounted for about $843 million during that same school year, about 25% of the total New Hampshire education expenditures. However, and these are some of the questions that were asked earlier, the state only covered about $61 million through special education adequacy grants, so the differentiated aid side of the formula, with an additional $32 million distributed for what was previously been known as catastrophic aid, that 3.5 or 10 times the amount of the average expenditures. Federal aid and Medicaid combined provided about $64 million. So all told, the vast majority of funding is currently being covered by local property taxpayers. Because we have heavy reliance on local property taxes to fund not only special education services, but also the vast majority of the rest of our public education system, these property tax rates, as mentioned earlier, vary pretty widely from district to district, depending on their equalized value per pupil, the amount of value they have, the ability to tax to raise that funding. So having the roughly $650 million that local property taxpayers currently raise to pay for special education services, which are, as noted, critical services for students who need them to succeed at the same level as their peers. We currently pay for about $650 million of those services because the state provides so little. So my understanding of the intent of this bill is to shift that burden for all special education services, all special education costs, from local property taxpayers to the state. The mechanism that it uses in this bill is, as noted, directly tied to SWEPT. So there'd be an increase in SWEPT, which is a property tax, and then a decrease because the state would now be picking up $650 million more of the funding that we currently spend. So I'm sure DOE or others could show town by town the impact of that, where if your tax rate goes up to provide the SWEP, but then you now get your special education services covered. Some towns might see a higher spending, some towns might see lower. You know, Winchester, for example, had 40 something percent of their budget was special education services. I imagine they would see a significant decrease in the local property tax rates because they would have more of the services covered. Relative to the other funding bills that the committee has heard, and I hope that this bill will be included in the subcommittee studying special education funding. There's some different ways of approaching this here, but I just want to end, and I'd be happy to answer any questions, but I just want to end by pointing out that it's important to keep studying this issue, but I don't think that anyone can defend the current levels of spending right now. I think it's important to decide and understand what steps we can take as we continue understanding the nuances of the very complex issue that is special education funding and services. But I don't think that the amount that the state currently spends, again, about $61,093,000 if you include that catastrophic aid category, compared to the total $842 million that we spend on special education services, that's a very small amount coming from the state, requiring a significant burden on local property taxpayers. So appreciate being able to offer this testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions to the best of my ability.
Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Electus.
Can you just repeat those last two numbers that you just said, the state contribution and the total cost?
Yep. So this is for 2021, 2022. The total amount of expenditures for special education funding was just under $843 million. The state, in the differentiated aid part of the formula, contributed $61 million. And then if you include the special education aid, that 3.5 or 10 times the amount, that was an additional $32 million.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Further questions? Okay, thank you very much, Zach.
Thank you.
The next two that I'm going to call up here, first I'm going to call Mark Magniello from the DOE, who is in charge of the finance side here, and then following Mark, I'm going to have DRA come up and address the issue of the $363 million. Mark is coming up neither for or against. He's coming up as technical support to us.
Hello, everyone. Mark Manganello, Bureau of School Finance, Department of Education. Apologize that this bill does not have a fiscal note. It was originally assigned to our SPED Bureau, but SPED Bureau sent it to me because it does have some adequacy components. So I have a memo here with the fiscal analysis, but I'll go through the normal channel and try to get a fiscal note on this bill as soon as I get to that. So a couple questions I heard, and I just want to explain. There's a lot going on with SPED in the way this bill changes SPED as proposed. There's a SPED aid program. It was formerly known as catastrophic aid several years ago. It's just called SPED aid. That is the $33 million grant that Representative Ladd was talking about, where we pay for high-cost SPED students. That's $33 million. It's a state-funded program. Then there's SPED differential aid, which is part of the adequacy formula. So that is not SPED aid, it's SPED differential aid, and sometimes the naming of things can be a little bit challenging. And that is the $2,100 for each SPED student. So it's a different funding vehicle. So this is really changing SPED aid. It's making a new SPED aid program from the $33 million program to a new program, program that's closer to $869 million. But it does a couple things. It does interact with adequacy in a couple different ways. So it actually, when we talk about adequacy in the Constitution says cherish education. Case law has said that means you need to provide an adequate education. Case law also says you need to provide an adequate education, define it, and fund it. So this is rechanging the definition of what an adequate education via state law, which is something the state does. The state defines adequacy via state law and then describes it, funds it, etc. So this is adding special education into adequacy. So that's sort of the flow from adequacy as a constitutional concept into state law. So essentially what's happening here is there's a new SPED aid program. The new SPED aid program will be 95% of all SPED cost as I read it. SPED cost in fiscal year 23 were $915 million. As I already printed this out and on my walk over here, I realized there is some double counting in there, not a lot, probably some double counting of around at least 12 million, maybe a little bit more. I have to do more analysis, but it would be a dozen or so million in double counting in that number. Basically 2 LEAs reporting the same cost, that's what I mean by double counting. So that number is just a tad bit high, but it's pretty close to the approximate cost of what this would be. So 95% of that is 869 million. So that 869 million would be raised through the SWEPT. So it would be, currently the SWEPT is 363 million. So 869 million would be added on top of that, and that is a state education property tax that would be raised in revenue. So the state would see an increase in revenue through the SWEPT. From the expenditure sides, this bill, as proposed, eliminates SPED differential aid, which the net cost to the state is around 27 million. And that's a little bit unique in a sense. It's because we have this hold harmless. If you get rid of SPED aid, that's a whole other conversation. But right now it costs 27 million to get rid of SPED aid for fiscal year 25. It also gets rid of the existing SPED aid program, which is around $34 million. So that budget appropriation would go away. It would be funded not by ETF dollars, but by the SWEPT, essentially. So the new SPED aid program would be 869 million. So essentially, what this would do for the locals is 808 million in SPED funding would come from a state source. The local source, basically it's shifting from a local property tax to a state property tax. So that shift would be about negative 869 million. And so the net change is actually net statewide, the net cost would be impact on the locals would be negative 61 million. And the reason why it's negative is because we're eliminating the existing SPED aid program and eliminating differential aid. And basically the rest of it's just shifting from a local property tax to a state property tax. So that's mechanically what's happening here. I have a couple of technical considerations to think about with this bill. It doesn't really address federal revenue. Federal revenue is not described in this system. So potentially you could have the state taking responsibility for something the feds already claimed responsibility for. So more work would need to be done to delineate those two funding revenues. There could be a lag in the SWEPT, what we can raise in the SWEPT and what we actually have to pay. The SWEPT needs to be set in advance of tax bills. So there could be a lag in what we raise in SWEPT where it doesn't raise enough revenue to fully cover this grant. And then currently the SPED Bureau, SPED Bureau is not my program. They currently oversee SPED aid program, which serves 700 students. This program would be serving 30,000 students, so they would likely need increased staffing to provide oversight over this new program. So a lot to take in. I'm open to any questions.
Representative Cascadden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mark, for taking my questions. I understand these numbers, but the federal government has never delivered the full cost of a special ed program, or at least the percentage towards a special ed to the states. Do you know what the current federal rate is in percentages? And then do you know how much the state in a percentage is funding versus a local? I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm trying to think of percentages to break it out because those are three funding sources.
I don't have my calculator in front of me, but Zach provided a lot of those numbers that were correct. So federal funding, IDEA grant is 50 million-ish. So that's federal funding. And like you said, federal funding does not cover that 900 million.
Right.
State funding is the SPED aid grant, which is 33 million. Then there's differential aid, which is typically ballpark around the 60 million dollars, $60 million. So yeah, the percentage, however you tally up those percentages, the local share is a lot.
Is it more?
true that it's about 19% of the budget?
19% of total expenditures, correct. Yeah.
Thank you.
Further questions? Do you have any follow-ups to Representative Cascadden? You good? Okay. Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the technical support. It's very helpful, as is this analysis. Assuming the numbers are roughly correct, it seems like the total tax increase is 689 million, so pushing upwards sort of $1 billion, a very big increase. But then the next line, bolded line, state expenditure total says of that only 808 million is expended on SPED. So is this suggesting that over $60 million, or roughly 8% of the bill, 8 point something, is actually not having anything to do with special education?
The bill only, no, the bill stays within the framework of SPED. I'm not sure if I follow the question.
If I may just to clarify, so what I'm suggesting is it looks like the state is taking in more than $60 million in excess of what it would actually cost to fund the SPED program, which means there's more than $60 million that are going to go somewhere here, the Education Trust Fund, but that's not SPED related. It doesn't go towards SPED.
Yeah, let me explain that. So the state is going to raise 869 million through the SWEPT, and the state is going to spend on SPED 869 million. But there's a but they've also, now the state has eliminated SPED aid. So the state has now got a savings of $33 million. That money just sits in the Education Trust Fund. This bill does not spend. It would eliminate, it's finding a new funding source. Right now, any spare dollar that's not a SWEPT dollar would be going towards the SPED aid program. But this program redefines it to be funded through SWEPT. So it basically cuts that program because it's redefining it. So that money would be just sort of out there. It'd be in the Education Trust Fund. So there's a cost savings to the state by eliminating the existing SPED aid program and building a new SPED aid program. And then there's a cost savings to the state by getting rid of the SPED differential aid. So I'm just trying to, since this program eliminates existing SPED funding vehicles and creates a new one, there is some cost savings there. But the total SPED spend is going to be 869 million. So what would be increasing SPED spend?
Just if I may real quick, because I follow what you just said, but I don't follow how that relates to where it says here, state expenditure total, $808,322,026 compared to the revenue intake of $869,459,865. So you're saying that 61-ish million dollar difference is not, that is going to be expended in SPED?
Sorry, no, yeah, I guess maybe this isn't maybe my table could be a little bit more, it's looking at, it's trying to, it's a little confusing because it's trying to say we are going to spend 869 million in SPED, but we're not going to be spending these existing programs. So there is a state savings for those other programs. It's a little complicated. It's just netting the bottom line to your state budget. That $60 million, you could take that $60 million because it's sitting in the Education Trust Fund and reapply it to the SPED to bring you back up to the 869 million. But it's just, it would be, this is more useful for Finance Committee because they would see those dollars sitting there.
Thank you.
I got a question that is related to all this. Approximately what, of the residential students which we have, they're placed outside the resident district, those which are homebound, those that are in hospital settings, it's approximately somewhere, correct me if I'm wrong, around 700 kids, approximately. We don't know when a student like that's going to show up at the particular districts. They oftentimes move around, and that's part of the problem. The district is coming, how do I cough up this huge amount of money? Now, with it coming in the way it is proposed to come into is there going to have to be a separate fund within each school district to ensure that the money that is needed when that student shows up, that it's going to be available to pay off the
Yeah,
services?
yeah, there's a cash flow issue that districts have,
Yeah.
and most districts, well, I don't know about most districts, substantial amount of districts build a sped trust fund to deal with that exact cash flow issue. So they keep money in their bank so they can afford to pay those bills as they come in. And they have a sort of some appropriation authority they can tap into. So districts would likely still want to manage for those cash flow challenges if they come up. They would be ultimately under this bill, they would be reimbursed by 95%. So the funding would come in, but you're right, there could be a lag as far as when the bills are due and when the money comes in.
That's where I'm coming from. And with the fact that we have some small districts, I have one in my district that has 67 kids in it, received 2 residential place kids in 1 year. They don't have a trust fund. So they have to look at elsewhere within their budget to find those dollars, take it from Peter to pay Paul, or they have to take some kind of a tax anticipation note out. So recognizing these districts, small districts, do not have that fund set up. They just don't have the ability to do that financially. There's going to have to be some place where that money is available for those districts to pay for these costs of that very, very expensive residential placement, which they are on the hook for now. I don't know how this is going to do that. Without the state having that money and reimbursing, whether it's been totally the state's done all which they're responsible for. I recognize that when I came on board here, there were 210,000 kids in the state, and we had 30,000 kids which are IEP eligible, approximately. We have 160 some odd thousand right now, and there's 30,000 that are IEP. So there's special ed is, per capita is increasing.
I think cash flow and distribution of the funding, I don't know, this bill basically wants the SPED Bureau to redesign its rules. And so I don't know how much flexibility in law they would have to be more aggressive with their distributions to mitigate cash flow challenges.
Yeah.
I don't know how administratively efficient it would be to be cutting a lot of checks, or how to establish a distribution schedule that would alleviate that challenge. I can't speak to that, and I don't know if the bill fully sort of thinks about that concept.
Yeah.
Leaves it to rulemaking, essentially.
Thank you. Representative Tanner, and then Representative Cordelli, and then Representative Lux.
Just to make sure that what this bill does is it puts all the burden, or the majority of the burden for special education, back on local property taxes. Is that probably the
So
result here?
it puts it all on property taxes, but it would be the swept. So it'd be a state property tax, not a local property tax.
But still, on my bill, it's going to be a property tax.
Property tax.
Thank you.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Just following up on that, so the local district would have to collect the additional $800 million from local taxpayers. That would then get sent to the state to be deposited in the education trust fund. And then there would be, through state aid, the bottom of page 1, there would be some offset sent back to the locals to try and balance out or reduce property taxes because of more special ed money coming in from the state. Is that correct?
That's mechanically what's happening.
Okay, follow up.
Yes.
I'm just questioning then, state aid is on the bottom of page 1, but then in Roman 3 on page 2, it talks about rules related to school districts applying for special ed under the new state aid program. I'm not sure, I'm not asking you about the intent of the bill,
Yep.
but it seems to me that the district would have to apply to the state to get that funding from state aid, according to what I'm reading here.
Correct. Yeah. And swept would have to be raised in advance of that. So there's a mechanical challenge there, or a lag in when what we predict the districts will apply for and we will grant, and what the SWEP will raise. And so, I don't know what the methodology would be. It could be 1 year, raise 1 year, and then see what happens next year. It would likely be short because sped costs typically rise. But that's mechanically a challenge with this bill.
Representative Lekis?
Yes, with SWEP the way we do it now, not all towns can raise the amount that is set for their SWEP, and the state then covers that difference from the Education Trust Fund. And the question is, what would happen with this? Because now we're asking even more money to be raised in SWEP. Would those towns that can't raise that much money have it covered as well in with the
Representative Lee, because I think you're talking about adequacy. So, yeah.
adequacy?
So this is not adequacy. So every community has a tax collector, and that tax collector collects. This is just how local muni versus school districts taxes work. The tax collector goes out and everyone gets a tax bill. The tax collector goes out and everyone sends their tax bill in. In theory, they're supposed to pay 100% of it, and 100% of that. In theory, what should be raised goes to the school district. If you're talking about communities not receiving their full swept amount, that's an issue between the muni and if they want to put a lien on that property, but that's a separate issue.
Okay, so always, all the SWEP money has to be collected.
Correct, and have to be paid to the school district.
Thank you.
And that's what I would imagine would happen here.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any more questions? Yes, Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this. I have an idea in my head about an incentive structure that this could create. So just a very simple question. As of right now, the way this works, when a child has to get an IEP, the approval process for that all occurs at the local level, correct?
I believe so. I'm not a sped expert. Sped bureau is behind me, but yeah, local.
Thank you.
Representative Dry?
Thank you, and thank you for coming. We talked about the number of students then the DOE would be responsible for, went from 700 to 33,000? Is that what you-
30, around just under 31,000. Just under 31,000 would be the type of students eligible for the schools to seek reimbursement for.
Okay, follow up. Any idea how much the staff might have to increase to accommodate that?
It's not my program, but I don't have a number.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you very much, Mark. DRA, both of you, come on up. Let's talk SWEP. Once again, DRA is here not taking a position. It's more technical support for us.
That is correct. Good morning, good morning, Chairperson and members of the committee. My name is Keen Mei Wong, Tax Policy Counsel with the DRA.
My name is Bruce Knauer. I'm the supervisor of the Municipal Bureau at DRA.
So we did prepare a fiscal note. Just wanted to repeat what Representative Ladd was saying, that the DRA does not take a position on this bill. We did prepare a fiscal note. We were requested to prepare a fiscal note by the LBA. At the time when we prepared the fiscal note, I guess the knowledge on the special education aid was not as complete for us at that time. When we prepared it, we put it at $33 million. We used the $33 million budgeted special education aid as the amount of money to be raised, to be added to the SWEP. But hearing from the testimony from Mark, it's $869 million. And so our understanding is that $869 million will be added to the $363 million that will be collected through SWEP. And then that $869 million will be remitted to the DRA and transmitted to the Treasury and then to the ETF. The only potential concerns that some of the potential concerns that the DRA has is in terms of the timing of things, of potentially, if that $869 million is that the final number that that the DRA would be adding to the SWEP calculation. If not, then we would need to know what's the final number and the timing of knowing that number so that we can add that to our when we issue the SWEP warrant, as well as the timing of when the a more specific timing of when the municipalities would be remitting the collected special education funding to the DRA to be transferred over to Treasury.
Okay, further, are there questions from the committee here regarding this process? I think we're all trying to filter through this. Not seeing, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep. And the last card I have on this is David Trumbull. Trumbull? Good morning again.
Mr. Chairman, how are you today?
Fine, thank you.
Good. Oh, I have some testimony. So I had some prepared comments, but before I get to them, I just wanted to kind of take a step back and look at the comments that were already made. Three things come to mind. First is that the constitutional issue on adequacy, Claremont says it applies to all children. So this statute says that special ed students would need to also get an adequate education. I think that's redundant. It's not necessary to be in this law because we already have a constitutional duty to provide that to special ed students. The second thing was the question of what's the percentages breakdown, and this came up last week in the hearing. It's 82% local right now, 11% state, and 7% federal. So out of all SPED dollars in New Hampshire, the state only pays 11%. That's broken down into two categories. The differentiated aid, which goes out with the adequacy grants, is about 7 or 8%, and the categorical aid is about 4%. So we're paying 11% now. This bill would have us pay as a state 95%. So just to compare last week's bill with this week's bill, last week said, let's take the differentiated aid, which we give about $2,000 or $3,000 per child who has special ed needs, and increase that to $28,000 per child. So it said, let's take that part of our state funding mechanism and put a massive amount of money in so that special ed is no longer a burden on the local government. The state would be doing its responsibility under Claremont there. This bill takes the other half of our state spending, not half, the other portion of our state funding categorical aid and says, let's just put all the money through categorical aid, basically just have a revamped, massive categorical aid program that we're going to pay 95% no matter what it costs, whether it's 3.5 times or 10 times your normal student expenditure. So, but the point is, if you commit to let's fund special education, you can do it the way you proposed last week, just massively increase the differentiated aid, or you could do it the way this week, let's run it through categorical aid. But the question is, will you commit to massively increasing the state's funding for special education? How you choose to go about doing it, which bill, obviously there's a lot of technicalities which need to be worked on. This legislation could use a bit of work in committee, but I think the first question is, are you willing to commit to the state funding special ed? And if so, which approach do you prefer? Do you want to go through a differentiated aid massive increase, or do you want to go through a categorical aid increase, which would be this week? So that's, and then as far as the federal government, it's supposed to pay 40%. They said they would do that in 1972, and we've been waiting for them to do it. They're a deadbeat parent. They're not going to ever do it. It's time that we just step up to the plate and do it, because these are our children. These are New Hampshire children. So I want to add two other things to the agenda here. First is that special ed students only receive about 70 or 75% of the services that they're eligible to receive. In other words, there are unmet special aid needs. That's true nationally and at New Hampshire. There was a study done nationally, found that in public schools and charter schools nationally, this is receive about 65 to 75% of the necessary funds to cover special ed programs. That was a study done by Claremont Graduate University. In New Hampshire, I found a report and it was in the UNH Law Review, which cited the New Hampshire School Board Association. Now, this is going back to 2015, but special ed funding is only being funded to approximately 70 to 75% of eligible entitlements. So we're not funding special ed fully. So if we could make a commitment to it, then I think unmet needs would be able to be met because local governments just are unable to meet the entire need. The last question is, well, is it worth it? And besides the fact that it's our moral duty and our legal duty, it actually produces benefits. Special ed funding produces education gains, which produces saving the state money in the long run. And you say, how could you know that if you don't have a control group? It just happened that Texas decided to say only 8.5% of students could be special ed students. This was in 2006. They just came up with this number and said, that's all we're going to permit you to do. They did that for 10 years. The federal government sued them and said, you can't do that. That's not rational. It got overturned. But what it did was it created a whole fund of information for social scientists to go back and study and look at it. You had your perfect control group. You could compare what happens to kids who had special ed and those who lost it. And what they did, so the economists went to work on this, and this is from the American Economic Journal in 2021. Even the students who had minor disabilities had significant increases in their high school completion rates. But for students who had more significant disabilities and from disadvantaged districts, the likelihood of completing high school, if they lost special ed, went down by 52%, and the likelihood of going to college went down 38%. And they say this is because of the services that they received, the variety and strength of services that they received. And they say, conclusion, our results suggest there are large, meaningful, long-run returns to investing in special ed services in the public K-12 school setting for students on the margin of placement, especially those from disadvantaged backgrounds. So in other words, special ed funding works. We know funding works in general, but it's also true of special ed funding. So it's something to keep in mind. So go back to the beginning. It's our legal obligation. It's our moral obligation. It makes sense economically. Now the only question is, are you willing as a state to say we're going to do it, and then to decide, do you want to do it through differentiated aid, or you want to do it for categorical aid, either pass last week's bill or pass this week's bill, but one of these bills should be passed.
Are there questions for Mr. Trumbull? Yes, Representative Dr. Dry.
Thank you, and thank you for coming in. Wanted to ask you a philosophical question, kind of. There is a resolution right now to ask our federal delegation to look into fully funding the special ed things. But in the meantime, we're following all the requirements, but only getting less than half the reimbursement that we're entitled to. Is it moral for us to disregard their requirements, because sometimes those are onerous and expensive and maybe not necessary, because they're not fulfilling their side of the contract? Why do we have to jump through the hoops that we do to get that money?
Because of the children. I mean, they have a right under federal law. We have a constitutional requirement that every child should get an adequate education. It's our responsibility. And the federal government has not lived up to its share of the deal for 50 years. And waiting for them to finally show up is ridiculous. They're not going to come. Or even if they do come, then we can go back and whichever one of these bills you pass, you could go back and say, yay, the federal government finally spent some money, and then reduce the state share. But waiting for them is not a good policy. Let's fund it now. If they do eventually come up with more money, then we can reduce the cost through either of the bills. But sitting and doing nothing because they might show up again somewhere in the next 50 years, I think that would be unfair to the children.
Can I just follow up?
Yes.
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting we not do anything. I'm just saying, are you saying we continue with as if they were refunding us completely and just accepting that it's less than half of what we're entitled to?
Yeah, I think we have to continue to fund special ed, and I think that the people who work in special ed know that every day. When the question was asked, how do the IEPs come up? The child comes into the district, the principal and the special ed directors sit and say, okay, we have a new child. What are their disabilities? Who are the experts involved in this field? Let's sit down and come up with a plan. By law, they have so many days to come up with a plan, or they're out of compliance, and then they do it. And so we have to continue doing that. I don't think there's any other realistic choice.
Okay, thank you.
Does that answer?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, thank you, Representative Dry.
Are there any further questions from the committee? Not seeing, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And not having any other cards in that bill, I'm going to close 1670. Yeah, right on time. Okay, the next bill which we have in the docket here is HB 1678. Yeah, I have it. So going ahead, 1678, there may be some on the table back there.
Yeah.
There. I have one right here. I might have printed my own too, but. Who in the committee does not have 1678? Yeah, Mel's going to get it. I was going to have Mel bring more. Need, why don't you bring about 2 extras? Just to
You
have.
can just leave you're handing in a card, you can hand it out at the end. Excuse me.
Excuse me, I just wanted, did my Phil Brown get put in that little pile of pink things? It was on the path, and I didn't care enough.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and start accepting testimony on 1678, and the representative that's sponsoring this bill is Representative Simpson. We have extras back there on the table. For the public, if you see folks getting up and going elsewhere, it's not that they're trying to do something. They have to get to another hearing and they're a prime sponsor elsewhere in the building, so they probably are going off to testify or co-sponsoring a bill. So welcome Representative Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And good to be with you, honorable members of the Education Committee. Thank you for hearing 1678 this morning, establishing a New Hampshire Farm to School local food incentive pilot program. This bill represents many years of dedicated time and energy from stakeholders across the state. Those in the agriculture and food sectors, those in school nutrition programs, and those community members who are part of the social infrastructure that makes the local food economy thrive. Last year, we submitted a bill requesting state investment in a farm-to-school program that school districts across the state would be able to access. After feedback from this committee and conversations with the Department of Agriculture, we have come back this year to ask first for the development of a pilot program to help assess the feasibility of a local food incentive program before attempting a program that would allow access to all school districts statewide. New Hampshire's Farm to School program already operates in some schools across the state. Local food nourishes children, supports local farmers, and strengthens the resiliency of our supply chain in many communities. However, there are currently schools across the state who would like to get involved with the Farm to School program who need encouragement fiscally and operationally. The pilot program would allow one school district in each of our 10 counties to participate. Schools across the state can apply to the Department of Agriculture, who will put together a committee and criteria to choose schools to participate in the pilot program. The department will also gather data from the pilot program in order to discern if and how to best go about a farm-to-school incentive program that would be accessible to all schools across the state. Last week, the United States Secretary of Agriculture, Tom Vilsack, spoke here in New Hampshire. He described the many ways that we can support farming and rural communities in New Hampshire. One of the ways we can do this is by investing in our local and regional food systems. Investment in the farm to school programs is an investment in our economy. Investing in our local and regional food systems, especially our rural economy, makes a big difference in the economic viability of our small and medium-sized farms especially. Not only can we help our rural economy, but we can also improve the health and well-being of our children and the resiliency of our local food system. A robust farm-to-school program will help strengthen New Hampshire's agricultural sector and regional food security. That's all I have to say, but I figure you may have some questions. So I'm happy to take any of those questions, and then also happy to tell you that many of the folks who contributed to working on this bill and who would be a part of the pilot program itself, administering the pilot program itself, are here, and they are happy to take your technical questions as well.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Simpson and team, for bringing this bill forward. I'm vigorously supportive. I wondered if you could comment on what other states are doing in this regard.
Yes, I can say generally, and then if you have real specific information, the director for the Farm to School program is here and can tell you more. But we are lucky to have a graduate of Tufts Graduate School who did a nationwide study of all states and what they're doing in farm to school programs in their state. And so we were able to talk with her a lot over the last few years, really, to see what works and what doesn't. She really analyzed all the data and was able to share with us, here are the things that are working, here are the things that would be a challenge for your state, to try to help us have the tools that we need to, even with a pilot program, we want it to be as smooth a rollout as possible. So our neighbors in Vermont and Maine have robust programs that we've spoken to their administrators, their directors as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Petronell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. How many schools across the state have requested this program?
I'm afraid that's a technical question I'm not able to answer. I would think that Stacy Perslow, who directs the program, would have more information on that. Thank you.
Yes, Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. On the expenditures that I see, the $120,000, is that to be applied for the reimbursements alone?
Yes, I believe in the fiscal note, it says that the bill appropriates, yeah, exactly. I think also it will be helpful for you to, we have a representative from the Department of Agriculture, Market and Foods here who will speak to that as well, because they are already working on a particular cooperative agreement around farm to school. So
thank you.
Yeah.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Belcher? Oh, Representative Myler after Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for bringing this bill forward. I really don't dislike the underlying concept. I like the idea of supporting local farms. I have a couple of questions about the particulars in this, because this is all New Hampshire money being expended toward this pilot program. It's I don't believe it's going to be reimbursable. So why is it that we would exclude any school not participating in the free lunch program, the USDA program, as well as require USDA mandates be followed instead of setting up our own and taking this at the state level?
So I'm going to let Stacy Perslow take that question, who works with the USDA closely. She will have more information about how the programs interact.
If I may, just one similar but not quite the same. I mean, just looking at the nutritional items in here and what is included and what's excluded. Can you tell me why it would specifically include maple syrup, which is, I don't know if it's particularly healthy and it's quite expensive, but it excludes milk?
Sure. So we've had a lot of conversations over the years about these things. I'm going to do my best and then allow others to fill in any gaps in knowledge. But I believe with the school breakfast program, there are often foods that have syrup involved with them, and we would prefer that they use and buy a syrup that we produce here in New Hampshire and support our maple syrup farming industry, and not ship non-maple syrup from other places across the country. So that's the maple syrup question. And then fluid milk. So we found through the research that we did with the help from the, and I'm sorry, I can't remember her name right now, the tough student, but we were able to look at what other states have done. And one of the challenges they found is that if you include fluid milk in the reimbursement program, then that it completely consumes the reimbursement program, because you have fluid milk at every meal, I believe. And so in order to try to reach the goals of the program, which is to support the food system broadly and to increase our resiliency and our food security, we are already purchasing a lot of places already purchasing fluid milk, but it would be important to also include these other range of vegetables and fruits and ciders and meats and fish to build that whole local and regional food web.
Thank you. Are there further questions, Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here and bringing this before us. Did I hear correctly say that there currently are some programs in school districts already?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for the question, Representative Myler. There are a number of schools across the state who are doing farm to school purchasing, including, I live in Exeter, and we ourselves have been doing farm to school purchasing since my oldest is in his first year in college. And when he went into kindergarten, I volunteered to broker the first sale of carrots to our local school district with a farmer that I knew who had extra carrots. And so how many years is that? We've been doing it in Exeter for 13, 14, something like that years.
So, a follow-up, please.
Yes.
So how does this program work? I mean, you obviously, the carrot is one example, but what's the dynamic around how this whole program would work?
Sure. So the carrot is a very basic example, very early on in a program. And it really, school nutrition directors are able to do the program however works best for them. So different, depending on where you live across the state, there might be different local foods that are available more easily to you. Like on the seacoast, you might have more fish available, or I know our food service director drives from her region, is able to pick up more apples from there. So it does vary from place to place. It also varies with how the food service directors work with their colleagues to do, sometimes they'll do programs, special programs like Try It Tuesday, where the food service director will pick a vegetable that she knows students have never had before, and they'll just do a special program where all the kids get a little cup of that vegetable, and that's what they get to try that day. And so it sometimes has a curricular component or a garden component, but this bill, this pilot program, and the meat and potatoes of the Farm to School program is connecting with farmers in your local area and having the foods that they grow and produce be available to your school. And I know last time that she testified, Stacy Perslow was able to share with us more broadly kind of what the Farm to School program does. So she might also have more to add here.
Yes.
So the purchase of the local product, are they at market price? Are they at a discount price, or how does that work?
I think it depends. So I don't really have data on that. Hopefully someone behind me
Further questions?
can help with that. Sorry.
Further questions, Representative Peternell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Has there been any studies on the eyesight
of the students in Exeter with the carrot program? Is it better? I'm sorry, I just couldn't help myself.
Any other questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Appreciate it.
As we've had policy in the past in various bills, because the number of cards, I'm going to put the 2-minute rule in for those. The prime sponsors always given more latitude, and those that are co-sponsors or others who want to speak to it, 2 minutes, and we will have the timers going. So I'd like to have Representative Laura Talarski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be within my 2 minutes, if not briefer. I'm here not as an expert on the Farm to School program, but simply as a believer in the advantages of connecting farms and small producers with our local communities and school districts. This program would benefit our agricultural sector, benefit our school children who may not have the ability to access local products and local produce. As we know, introducing foods to young children builds a strong foundation for lifelong healthy eating. I actually represent Nashua's Ward 8, which I neglected to mention, but in Nashua, I would encourage any opportunity to bring healthy choices to our lower income students. For many students in my city, this program could be their only chance to partake in local foods. And the programming possibilities that Representative Simpson just outlined could probably be their first connection with how foods are grown. This is really a win-win-win, a win because it's a pilot where we can evaluate how it works, knock out the positives and the negatives. It's a win for our farms and small food producers. It's a win for our schools, and it's a win for our students. I'll end there, but I thank all of you for your consideration and Representative Simpson for her work on this bill.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you. Okay, next one is Joshua Marshall from the New Hampshire Department of Food, Marketing, and Agriculture.
Good morning. For the record, Josh Marshall, Director of the Division of Agricultural Development for the New Hampshire Department of Agriculture, Markets, and Food. I'm here to provide some information on behalf of the department. We're not taking a position on the bill, but some information on our ability to administer it and our experience with a very similar bill through USDA. We currently administer the Local Food for School Cooperative Agreement, which is federally funded. We received $558,989 for this program. We took on the program at the request of New Hampshire Farm to School and New Hampshire Hunger Solutions, Food Hunger Solutions. And we currently have 6 agreements for $188,493.80 with several more in the pipeline. Expect to have about $250,000 in funding going directly to schools for something very similar to this, where their requirements are to purchase local and regional minimally processed food. So I'm very confident in our capacity to administer the program within the funding level that's in the bill and with a smaller number of schools. With a maximum of 10 schools in this bill, we have up to 40 that could have participated through the federally funded program. I think a couple other things that I noticed, line 24 and 25 of page 1, mentioning the ability to purchase kitchen equipment, specifically for use in processing, cooking, and storing and serving local food, would make it very easy for the schools to expend what they would get. If 10 schools get funding, it would be a little over $10,000 per school, and that would be pretty easy if they only purchased equipment. But there's also a bounty of local products available in the region for them to purchase their a little over $10,000. Would not be a hard lift. Some of the issues that, that's it.
We're right at the end of the, if you have a few more seconds.
All I'm just going to say is some of the issues that we faced with administering the program right now, why I think there's a lower turnout and participation is the capacity for food service directors to do the paperwork and the reporting. Staffing changes, we've seen folks that we had reached out to, a staffing change and the paperwork got lost in the mail. And the original program allotted money based on a formula. This would be an RFP process, so those who would be most interested in participating would have the ability to do so.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from Representative Dry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming to testify. Can we talk about border towns and how you determine what's a New Hampshire product and what's not? You know, the cooperatives in our area in the Upper Valley consider local as within 100 miles. So looking at the reimbursement rate, can you discuss that at all?
Yeah, so the New Hampshire, the state definition of local is within the borders of New Hampshire. There's no outside the border. The USDA definition is a radius from the point of production. From the point of sale. So in the program that we're administrating through the USDA, we have to use the USDA definition, which is 400 miles from the point of purchase. And so those border towns count as local and regional food. If we were to use the New Hampshire definition for specifically this bill, it would only be products that were raised in New Hampshire.
Yes.
There's still kind of some gray areas as what's produced by New Hampshire people in Vermont or processed in Vermont and sold in New Hampshire. And I'm just wondering if this addresses any of those.
I'm not sure. All I'm aware of is that the definition of local in state statute is only produced within the borders of New Hampshire.
I'm going to follow up with where Representative Dry is because I'm also from the Upper Valley. We have probably one of the largest milk producers in our town, Hatchland Dairy. But we also have school districts that are interstate school districts, which their districts extend over to Fairleigh, Vermont. They up on the north side to Canaan, down to Brattleboro, all over where we're sending kids back and forth. So up our way, local is local, and it means the other side of the river too. And so we raised this in the last time our bills like this came forward, and there's real concern that we respect when we are putting things out through our select board, municipal government. We also see local as any town that abuts our town on our side. And so it can be over in Vermont as well. So it's something that I think we ought to be considering when we look at this. And the same thing on the other side of the state too, with Maine.
Absolutely.
And Massachusetts.
I'm just reading from the bill. You know, it's as it's written.
I know you didn't write this bill.
Yeah.
I know you're technical sports, so we're not hammering on you. So are there any other questions? Yes, Representative Cordelli and then Representative Paterno.
Thank you very much for being here, for your support, technical support. I just wanted to ask about this USDA program. Did I understand correctly that there are 6 schools participating at the cost of $188,000, and you expect that to grow to $250,000?
Correct.
And follow up?
Yes.
How long has that program been in existence here?
So that program started in September of. The agreement was made in September of 22 through a number of technical issues and some hurdles. Its completion date is September of 2024 of this year. So we have the rest of this school year and a portion of September to expend the rest of the funding. And those lessons that we learned that I mentioned, I think, would be mitigated now that we've gone through that process for this new program.
Yes. Could we get an indication of what schools are currently participating?
I could get you a list.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Further questions, Representative Paterno?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I spoke with a local farmer in preparation for this bill, and he told me that when they were trying to set up double up food bucks and a Granite State Market Match, part of the SNAP program, that the cost to the farmer were so exorbitant, they would have had to hire another employee on their farm just to keep up with the record keeping. Would there be record keeping associated with this on the farmer side? I mean, it's really expensive to farm and to earn an income as a farmer without government subsidies.
Thank you for the question. From as I read this, there would be no requirement on the farmer. Both the local food for school program and the local food purchase assistance program, another USDA funding source we have that we're administering, both are designed to have the least onus on the farmer. Their products would be purchased through the normal ways that anybody else would. If they participate with a distributor, then they'd be available there. If the food service director or their staff can go directly to the farm, then they can do that. But they might not even know that they're participating in the program.
That's true. Further questions? Thank you very much. Stacy Persall?
Good morning. So I'm Stacy Perslow with the New Hampshire Farm to School program. I work out of the University of New Hampshire in the sustainability office. So why does local food matter? Growing, producing, and buying local food represents opportunities to build resources, wealth, and resilience in local communities, and to balance power more evenly across the supply chain. Eating local foods has become a priority of the United States Department of Agriculture to strengthen rural economies, address environmental health, food access, and nutrition, along with agricultural producers and markets across America. Transportation distances, land use, crop yields, animal welfare, we are budgeting for 8 to 10% increases. A significant amount of this increase seems to be due to transportation costs with increased fuel prices and availability of commercial truck drivers. Some of the many advantages of purchasing local products is to lower these transportation costs, lower emissions, and improve the quality of the products. The Government and County Office says that food prices are going to continue to grow and are predicted to increase at around 8% this year. By addressing supply chain disruptions, the federal government may indirectly take action to address rising food prices. So one way, and Josh mentioned this, is with the Local Food for Schools Cooperative Agreement Program. Each state was awarded, wow. I only got through a paragraph.
Can you just, give a summary of what you've got there without having to read it?
Sure. So we also have the Granite State Farm to Plate RSA 425-2A, which encourages state agencies and the government to support local producers. Do schools already buy local foods? I know we have some schools that have been buying local foods for a long time. Other schools don't participate at all. So this incentive program is meant to encourage other schools who may not be participating to start doing so. Schools are buying, storage crops, apples, carrots, potatoes, winter squashes, proteins, ground beef, eggs, fish, value-added dairy like yogurt, lettuce and spinach with our hydroponics and greenhouse production is available.
Is that all written in your?
It is, yeah.
Can you provide the clerk a copy of what you have here?
Yes, I have a copy
So
for all
we'll
of you.
incorporate that.
So there was another question. What is the impact of these programs across
Well,
the
let's
country?
let somebody else ask the question.
Okay, well, somebody asked it before.
It goes the other way here.
Okay.
Okay, Representative Peternell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here and taking my question. Can you tell me, let's see if I'm wording this correctly, what is the ability of the farms in the state of New Hampshire to feed our current state population? Like what percentage of the population could be fed? Imagine New Hampshire is an island. What percentage of the farms in New Hampshire could feed our total population? Did I say that right? What percentage of the population could be fed by the farmers in our state?
Well, so that when that statistic is out there, it's not quite worded that way. It says that our state buys 6% of our food locally, and the rest of our food we get from other places.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Ryan, pardon me? Oh, I
Yeah,
didn't see
yeah,
your
just,
hand up.
can you, thank you. Can you explain that statistic a little more? 6% of the food that we consume in our
So
state is
6%
produced
of the
locally?
food you consume might come from New Hampshire producers.
So, thank you.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I believe I heard that the USDA is trying to prioritize local funding of food.
And then from what we know, it's not coming back again. So, so I don't know that the USDA is going to say that schools have to buy local. They're trying to, encourage it, but they still have guidelines in place about how a school has to go about purchasing food. They have to put food out for bid. If they only have a couple of dollars to put a meal on a plate, it's still, as far as I know, they're not going to be giving more money to increase the amount of money they get to produce a school meal. So there's a lot of obstacles that can make it difficult for a school to buy local. So we're trying to make it easier.
Thank you. Representative Dry?
Thank you, and thank you for coming. With all these programs we've heard about today, and I'm looking at now Vital Communities over in my area that's already doing farm to school projects all the time that are funded. Do we have enough collectively already that we've done a 2-year pilot program in New Hampshire?
We don't have data around that, collected around that. I know. And when when a school says they participate in farm to school, it doesn't always mean they're buying local food, because there are other components of farm to school, like school garden programs and classroom education. So they could be doing that. Or maybe if they buy apples once from a orchard, they say they're doing farm to school. So I don't really have good data to support your question.
Can I have a follow-up?
Yes.
Thank you. What are some of the impacts of the program you were just about to talk about?
Oh, so as Representative Simpson mentioned, there's a grad student at Tufts who did her master's program on research around these reimbursement or incentive programs that are in about 15 states across the country. So the impact, these programs can support small, new, and underrepresented producers. They support more direct farm purchases, which gives more money to the farmer. They support socially, geographically, and economically diverse student populations. There's an increased demand for local foods. New locally produced food products have been developed just for schools. They improve local food supply chains. They increase opportunities for nutrition and agriculture education. They increase participation in school meals, and that the economic impact is greater than the investment.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, but this just jumped out at me as another question. So we just heard that the USDA guidelines that are imposed by the federal government for the free lunch program make it difficult to really expend those funds locally. However, Article 6 in this bill says that all food purchased through this program shall comply with the National School Lunch Program guidelines. So would this bill not be hampered in that exact same way as current programs?
Those are the nutrition guidelines, so it has to meet nutrition guidelines.
That's also here, but it also says all National School Lunch Program guidelines must be adhered to.
Right. As far as how they have to go about purchasing food, yes.
Further questions from the Representative Tanner?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I wonder did the study point out that it's probably more important for, as Representative Tulerski mentioned, living in Nashua, that the urban areas be exposed to this, whereas I think in the Upper Valley and in Sullivan County, which Representative Dry and I represent, I'm sure most of the kids in schools there have gone apple picking or have been exposed to farming.
Yeah, so I know there's been some farm to school efforts in the Nashua School District, and there's a number of garden programs in a number of the schools. The same in Manchester. The food service director there has made some efforts to purchase local foods. And I think, I mean, I don't know, Josh can correct me, but I think Manchester is going to be on board for the cooperative agreement funds. So they're going to have, I don't know, $100,000 to spend on local and regional foods soon.
Further questions from the committee? Thank you very much. Rebecca White from the Hanover Co-op, which I am a member of, which you are the chairman of, that's correct?
Good morning. Thank you to Chairman Ladd and to the House Education Committee. I have what I hope is a beautiful narrative story about the importance of local food for our communities, and I'll share that as I can. I have a few copies here. I think what I'd like to bring to this conversation that I haven't heard represented yet today is the concept of agricultural and food literacy, which is so important for all of us. So beyond bringing local food into our schools, we all know that it's important how we feed children, how we talk about the food that we feed them, and how they see us going about sourcing and buying our food. And it is no different to need to do those kinds of things and talk about why you're eating what you're eating and how you are bringing food to the table at home than it is in school. And so by investing in our youngest New Hampshire citizens and saying we do want schools to bring in more local food and we want this to be a bigger conversation so that these young New Hampshire citizens can grow up understanding more if they live in an urban area where food comes from and how local food is an important part of their lives in their community. So we're shaping habits in purchasing, we're shaping habits in eating, and we all know, I'm sure Brody from New Hampshire Hunger Solutions can provide some statistics on a lot of kids are receiving the majority of their calories in a school setting. So it's critical that they have every opportunity to be meaningfully engaging with our local surroundings, with local and regional food in the school setting. It's not really a luxury. It's something that as we look towards our climate future and our children's future, it's critical that they shape these skills at these young developmental stages. You know, we all think about babies and how important it is for them to start feeding themselves and getting those fine motor skills. But as they grow older, with each age bracket come different critical food and agricultural literacy skills. And bringing these foods into the schools and having them talked about and celebrated in schools will help children develop those frameworks. Thank you very much. I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Phil Brown?
Good morning. My name is Phil Brown, and I'm a retired Concord High School science teacher. And we're sitting under the portrait of my colleague who in 11 days from now would have been dead now for 38 years. Okay? Krista McAuliffe. The last two lines on her epitaph, on her headstone, written by her husband. She loved her spaceship Earth. She taught her children to do the same. To me, the most important aspect of this bill as a retired teacher is the potential that it presents to, as this young woman from Hanover Co-op just said, get our children involved in farming and agriculture. The most important skill set that we can pass on to our children right now in an era of food insecurity is how to grow, monitor, harvest, process, store, and eat healthy food. What this bill will do will be allow children through their teachers to interact with community members, farmers who are doing just that. And that, to me, is the critical piece of this legislation, is that interaction. And that's all I need to say.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee?
Thank you, folks.
Thank you for coming today.
Happy New Year.
Yeah. like to invite Heidi Baker from the UNH Cooperative Extension.
Thank you. I'm Heidi Barker, and I hail from Coos County, working for UNH Extension, Cooperative Extension. I'm an Extension Field Specialist for Health and Wellbeing. Today, I'd really like to speak to the robust the farm-to-school network that we've been building in the Androscoggin Valley up in Coos County. I've been working with my partner, Stacy Perslow, to do this since 2018, and I'd like to share some of the real reasons why this particular bill with this network could work hand in hand based on what we've been doing with schools in the past couple of years. The schools that I work with, along with Stacy and several community partners, include two of our school districts, SAU 3 and SAU 20, and includes Berlin Elementary, Berlin Middle High School, Errol Consolidated School, Milan Village School, Gorham's Ed Fenn Elementary School, and their middle high school. In addition, we also work with Berlin Head Start, which includes some of our most vulnerable students or population in our county. So I serve as a co-lead, and I also have expertise around food access and food insecurity for Cooperative Extension. But what's really important here is that we've had a couple of grants to support bringing in our schools and helping them to build action plans around school procurement. They're ready to do this type of work. We also have ag and nutrition education action plans, and they're very excited and very engaged in this work already in these schools that I've just mentioned. A couple of examples in how we're actually creating data that built into our recent implementation grant that we just submitted to USDA includes contacting of 44 farms this past year in our local area to discuss establishing a farm to cafeteria relationship. And that includes 14 of them actually getting back to us saying, yes, we want to work with you. We want to work with our school food services. This also involved discussions with, okay, all right. I did want to mention one thing if I could. What happens when it doesn't work? Because we do have schools that are, this fall, they brought in fresh corn from one of our Milan farmers, and they also have Mullins maple syrup that they've been using since we've been working with them. But when it doesn't work, we have Berlin third grade classroom. And this teacher is an amazing rock star. And what's happened with her is that she's doing our New Hampshire Harvest of the Month education, but she's not able to actually bring in the local foods with the taste testing. And that comes through the opportunity to work with the school food service. I will note Berlin Elementary School is one of our highest free and reduced lunch figures in the state as well as in our county at 62.32%. This is where these things can work together.
Thank you, Nikki.
Heidi, thank you.
And I called you Baker and his Barker.
No, it's okay.
No, it's.
But thank you so much. I appreciate my time.
You're welcome. Are there any questions for the co-op or the extension service? Yes, Representative Lekis. Right here.
Oh, right there. Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking over here. Sorry.
I certainly believe that local fresh food is better for you than traveled across the country and potentially from Mexico or even farther, because food deteriorates over time. But I am trying to work out the, actual costs of the program to subtract off what does it cost the state, what does it cost on average, to buy, say, carrots the way other schools are buying carrots from wherever versus what the carrots would cost this way, just so we can see what that difference is.
So that's a great question. It's something that I don't have at my fingertips, but we would certainly want to research that and get back to you. I can say, just based on the work that I do in Coos County and some of the events we've had, local foods is definitely more expensive. We have to understand that a lot of hard work, energy goes in with those producers.
I understand.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get
so I can't give you that percentage, but I'm sure that's something that we can figure out and get back to the committee. Thank you. Good question.
Thank you. Further questions, Representative Peternell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. my children were raised on a farm. I have a daughter who's a chef. And she has participated in some of these farm to table programs, learning how to cook from farm to table, obviously. But the disconnect, even at the professionally trained chef level, of where your food comes from and what it takes to raise that food and to get it to the table, there's still a surprising disconnect at that level of education. How are these children actually learning where their food comes from? Because unless you've actually been working in the dirt on a day-to-day basis, it still just shows up on your table, and there's this, it just magically appears, right? You come and sit down for lunch and there's your food. What is this process of bringing the farm to these actual students so that they really experience it?
Sure. So that's another great question, and I appreciate that, Representative. So there's lots of ways that we do that with our farm to school programming. In the 6 schools, as well as Berlin Head Start that I mentioned, we have been able to put hydroponic units into our schools with some of the grant money that we've received. We're doing tri-days. And we also are doing opportunities for field trips and getting kids out onto the farm so they can see what's going on. The other thing about UNH Cooperative Extension is that we do this collaboration again with Stacy and her programming, New Hampshire Harvest of the Month, as well as Pick a Better Snack. So we talk about these things. And so we're in the classrooms, as well as training our teachers to do the same thing. So I can speak about what's happening in Androscoggin Valley in particular, because these teachers, because we've created a network of staff and teacher champions who are really excited about this work, and they're dedicated to it. And even without funding this year, which we don't have, these teachers and staff are doing this work. And that's why we just submitted a bigger USDA grant. But it really is about us getting out there and training using some of the evidence-based curriculum and materials that we have, and working with our teachers to share with them these ideas that you're talking about. I too was raised on a farm and understand where our food comes from, but you're right, there is a disconnect, and that's why we've built this network. It's a system, and it's baby steps. That's what I've learned from the last 15 years in the work I've done with health and well-being and with food security efforts. It's that it's baby steps. We're only going to be able to do so much at a time, but we can do it.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Dry?
Thank you, and thank you for coming. I'm hearing lots of pieces. I know the Cooperative Extension has a real robust program throughout the state. And you were saying they were ready to procure up in your area in COAS. That was
Ready to
procure? Yeah, that was your words. So I'm trying to,
right.
Does that just mean that you need money to put this into action?
So when I talk about procurement, this is a partnership with our local producers as well as with our school food service. Yeah. And as part of our action planning grant, we were able to really research and identify in our area, this Androscoggin Valley region that includes those schools, how many farms do we have that would be working with us, and there are actually 14 that express interest, as well as what do our food service directors need to purchase the food, to prepare the food, the types of equipment that they need. And so we're able to do that with some of the grants that we have available. But what we're finding is that sometimes our food service really needs that kick in the butt, if I could say that. And this pilot project could really help us do that in the North Country.
Okay, follow up. So what's the kick in the butt then? Is just the program is there, or does it still need funding?
Well, I think it is funding. I mean, it is trying to buy those additional local foods because they are expensive.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. Quick question, do we have any idea currently, in terms of percentages, what amount of food served in New Hampshire schools is sourced from New Hampshire?
So if I don't know if I can ask Stacy to share that, but I don't have that answer. Okay. But we can probably get that to you.
Great.
Thank you.
Are there further questions? Representative Cascadden?
Thank you, and thank you, Heidi, for taking my question. Is there a definition in the distance of what local means? Because I'm referencing the 10-acre hydroponics of lettuce being open in the North Country this spring. And if somebody from Nashua wanted to partner with North Country growers for their greens, would that be considered local?
So that's another great question, and thank you, Representative Cascadden. What we did and we were able to do with the last planning grant is that we actually were able to define what local means to us. And so that's within our network and the work that we're doing with this Farm to School project. And our definition is progressing to the rest of New Hampshire and then adjacent states within a 100-mile radius. So I don't know if that is in conflict with this particular bill, but that's how we're trying to work with some of the farmers and producers that are close to us.
Yeah, we will be addressing local.
Okay, good, excellent.
Doesn't that resolve the situation of the Upper Valley or anybody on the borders because of the 100-mile?
Yes, there are a number of farms, just like Four Corner Farm right across the river from us.
Right.
In Newbury.
Right.
It's a huge farm that sells all over.
That's right.
Thank you.
Yeah. So are there any further questions? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I appreciate your time.
Robert Johnson from New Hampshire Farm Bureau.
Looking up the definition of local for you here.
When you find out where it is, let us know.
RSA 426:5.
Yeah.
For the record, my name is Rob Johnson, representing Farm Bureau as the Federation's policy director, and we are in support. We see this as an improvement over past bills that you have seen. This is the third one, I believe. We particularly like that it is a pilot, as we have suggested. We want to ensure that it is to me the question that it increases current local food and is not simply a reimbursement for what is already happening. And we believe that the pilot will help us get to that point. We also like that this version is being administered by the Department of Agriculture. Previous versions were administered by the Department of Education. There are two specific pieces in the bill that we would like to see changed, and the chair has already indicated you'll be looking closely at one, but it may be in a different light than we are suggesting. But on page 2, line 9, where there's the eligibility for reimbursements for 16.6% from food from other New England states, we believe that is too broad. We would say we support the definition of local where New Hampshire taxpayer money should be going to purchase food from New Hampshire farmers, your constituents. That's our. And the second piece that we would like to see changed is page 1, line 9 and 10. It says a selection committee will be assembled by the Department of Agriculture, and we would hope that the ensuing list is a suggestion to the commissioner, but we'd also like to see a farmer or farmer representative added. We believe this will enhance communication and understanding of the way the food chain works both ways, with farmers understanding the program and the others understanding the farmer end of it. Thank you for your time and attention. I'll leave it at that.
Very timely.
Well done.
Well done. Are there any questions for the Farm Bureau? Do you have a list of of farms where, or does maybe Commissioner Jasper have that, of the farms which may be very interested in participating in a type of program like this?
We could certainly provide a list when something like this is developed. We could.
Thank you.
I mean, we have a membership list, but that's not something we normally would cast wide.
Right.
But we could provide a.
Thank you.
List, yes.
Thank you very much. The next card. Is it Nikki Kolb, or is the last Kolb? Or?
Kolb.
Oh, okay. I got it.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Nikki Kolb, and I am the Operations Director at NOFA, New Hampshire, and I'm representing NOFA with my testimony.
The Northeast Organic Farming Association of New Hampshire, NOFA NH, is dedicated to helping people build local, just, and sustainable food systems by actively promoting organic, regenerative, ecologically sound farming, gardening, eating, and land care practices for healthy communities. As a member of the New Hampshire Farm to School Network and a statewide association representing farmers, gardeners, and eaters in New Hampshire, we support the Local Food for Local Schools reimbursement pilot program. This program will increase food security and resilience in the Granite State, provide farmers with new and increased market opportunities, foster relationships between farmers and schools, improve farm viability by infusing $120,000 per year into the farm and food economy, provide New Hampshire students with access to fresher, local, nutrient-dense foods, help students learn about local and seasonal foods through direct experience, introduce students to careers in agriculture and food systems, and allow New Hampshire's public schools to receive financial reimbursement for $1 out of every $3 spent on food purchased from New Hampshire farmers, producers, and fishers, and $1 out of every $6 spent on New England grown, caught, or produced foods. Over the last 4 years, we've seen how a largely import-based food economy can be affected by external conditions, leading to food insecurity. The Local Food for Local Schools reimbursement pilot program will increase New Hampshire's food security while contributing to meeting the New England Feeding New England goal of producing 30% of our region's food by 2030. If the pilot program is successful, it will also set the stage for broader institutional purchasing in future years, which would help farmers in the long run. In addition to the health benefits for children and families, this bill will help improve our agricultural economy and overall economy by keeping federal dollars in New Hampshire and increasing business for our state's essential farmers, producers, and fishers. And we ask you to please join farmers, students, parents, and educators by passing this bill.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Paterno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. This is a very nice program, and I noticed NOFA is included on the back. Do you have any idea how much this costs to produce?
That lovely book?
This lovely.
No, I don't know how much it costs to produce, but I thank Stacy for producing it.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Jean Jonas? Or Jones? It's Jonas. Jones.
Well, good morning. Thank you for letting me speak today. I've been farming in Hillsborough County for going on 15 years now. I'd like to share with you some information I just found out about when I was doing a research project on the true cost of food. I've been putting this together, and I'll begin presenting it actually tonight in Wilton at the town library, so at 5, so you're all invited. 30 million school meals are served each day to our children in this country. Many ingredients are GMO and are derived from crops sprayed with glyphosate as a drying agent. For those of you who don't know, glyphosate is the active ingredient in Roundup. Moms across America headed a recent study whereby 43 school lunches from 18 locations nationwide were tested for glyphosate, AMPA, 220 pesticides, 104 drugs and hormones, heavy metals, and mineral content. By the way, AMPA is glyphosate's breakdown and can even be more toxic. Here are some of the key findings. Over 93% had detectable levels of glyphosate weed killer. 28 of the 44 school meals sampled contained wheat ingredients, and 100% of the wheat products tested positive for glyphosate. 29 different types of pesticides were present in 74% of the school lunches. 100% of the school lunch samples contained heavy metals like arsenic, cadmium, lead, and mercury, some at over 6,000 times higher than the EPA's maximum levels allowed in drinking water. Lab testing showed that most samples were sorely deficient. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. All right, so I believe our kids deserve better. I know the produce that we grow at our farm is done without any persistent synthetic toxins. I was on the early stages of what's called the New Hampshire Feeding New Hampshire program, where food pantries around the state can get funding from the New Hampshire Food Bank to pay local producers for their products. We use this system to sell after our CSA picks up and we have leftover produce.
Is that a written testimony that you could present to us and just summarize?
Yeah, I did. Yep.
You've got that?
Yep.
So can you summarize? I think there's been good information here regarding what's been put on the ground or in the ground and what we're eating.
Yes.
So we may have some questions for you on that.
Okay.
You're welcome to take questions tonight. I have
sure.
one. How do we sort this out in terms of how do we know which local farms are doing this or not doing this, and how, and if these standards are, you know, if the standard that you're advocating here, it may not be that of USDA, I don't know, but how do we control what's coming in locally? Is there some oversight of that, of, you know, what Farm A over here is doing and they're eligible for participation in the program? How do we ensure that what's been done is correctly done?
By law, certified organic farms certified through the USDA are not allowed to use any of the anything like Roundup or a lot of these other persistent synthetic toxins during production. So that's one way to tell if you're certified organic. We grow to organic standards, but we're not certified. So there's a lot of farms around the state like us. For one reason or another, they choose not to get certified through the USDA, but we still adhere to the standards. So it comes down to knowing your farmer, knowing their operation, and trusting them. I mean, that's so, you know your farmer. Go out and ask them how they do business, you know, and same thing could be applied in this school system. You know, schools, people in the schools get to know the local producers, how they grow.
Thank you. Questions, Representative Lucas and then Representative Peternell.
I know nationally there's a term called natural that is people like your farm that follows the organic rules but does not don't get certified for a variety of reasons like cost. Do you know if that's in place here in New Hampshire, that term and definition?
There is a group called Certified Naturally Grown, and we actually used to belong to that group. And it's kind of like a grassroots alternative to USDA organic. It's less expensive. You still get inspected on a yearly basis. So it's similar to the national program, but just less paperwork required by the farmer, less record keeping, things like that. It's very similar, but just kind of like a little easier version. There are a few people in the state still certified through CNG that I'm aware of, but it's not widely known or talked about up in these parts of the country.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Representative Peternell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. You mentioned wheat, and that wheat products are ubiquitous.
Yes.
We can't, I mean, when you're trying to feed a large number of people, it's almost impossible to avoid feeding wheat to people anywhere.
Right.
So, do we have any wheat farmers in New Hampshire? I'm just curious because that's a significant source of the glyphosate problems.
Right. I am not aware of any. Perhaps Rob from the Farm Bureau has a better understanding there. We don't tend to grow a lot of grains in New England. We just don't have the acreage. But I'm sure there's somebody doing it.
See a lot of corn.
Yeah.
Further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Brody DeShays.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the committee for letting me speak today. I will definitely keep it very brief. I'll read for the testimony I just handed out. There's some extra copies that will be there, but if you can make sure every rep gets one, I'd appreciate it. I'm going to read the first paragraph and the last two paragraphs, and I'll take any questions. And I took some notes. I might be able to clarify some of the other questions that were previously asked. But as my colleague mentioned yesterday, New Hampshire Hunger Solutions appreciates the opportunity to testify in support of any legislation that has to do with nutrition security or access to nutritional food. And New Hampshire Hunger Solutions is a statewide nonpartisan nonprofit organization that advocates to end food insecurity, improve equitable access to nutritious food, and address hunger's root causes for all New Hampshire residents. That includes improving our food system and making sure that everyone is well educated on how our food system works and how to make it robust and resilient. Extensive research shows that access to food in school is essential to students having positive health and educational outcomes. Farm to school increases food access in schools, benefits the local economy, and provides new educational opportunities for students. These three things rarely intersect when establishing one policy or program, but farm to school helps achieve these three things. For a small investment, New Hampshire can help facilitate the creation of new farm to school programs around the state that can show a proof of concept for school districts and justify future investments in this ripe opportunity for communities and students. So we'd urge you to please vote ought to pass and support House Bill 1678. I'll kind of briefly, I'll probably have about a minute left, I might be able to cover some of the questions that were asked. So someone mentioned curriculum integration. I believe it was Representative Penerdall. And a good, robust farm to school program will definitely integrate farm to school as part of health and science curriculum, whether it's a community garden showing students how plants germinate and grow, or if it's part of teaching students what kind of nutrients are essential and, having a balanced diet. Those things will be integrated from an elementary level, hopefully all the way up through high school, but definitely it's easier to integrate those into elementary schools. I believe some questions were asked about Fed guides, the federal guidelines for the USDA reimbursements. And so I believe it was Rep. Belcher who asked that. And part of the reason for setting those federal guidelines, one, we know that school meals are healthy. They help students access the nutrition that they need. And the majority of nutrients that many students do receive during the school year are during the school day. And also, by meeting the federal guidelines, those meals can be reimbursed if the schools participate in the National School Breakfast and School Lunch Program. So that further makes so the dollars can be stretched. With that, I'll take any questions.
Are there any questions, Representative Peternell?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here.
No problem.
I have a question about your organization. Does New Hampshire Hunger Solutions actually distribute food throughout New Hampshire?
No, we're an advocacy organization. We help organize coalitions that work with organizations that are what we'd call direct service providers, or like food pantries, or we work with the New Hampshire Food Bank on a number of initiatives. But no, our organization is not a direct service provider.
Further questions, Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I see some problems in this bill, but I would like to try to fix it if I can. So when we look at specifically, I touched briefly on this earlier. When we look at the item on number 6 here, all food purchased of this program shall comply with National School Lunch Program and Federal Child Nutrition Program guidelines. And then we also know that because of the bidding process that is required as a part of that program, it is largely eliminated New Hampshire sources of food because of the pricing that's coming in. Would you agree that this particular line actually is going to need to be modified? Otherwise, we're going to wind up in a conflict between this law and federal law in which these funds probably cannot be expended in order to allow New Hampshire funds to actually be expended on this to eliminate that bidding requirement.
I'm trying to think, and it's a good question. I'm not sure because the bidding requirement, it's the UGG, the universal, for how the federal government regulates how those who receive federal funds, are able to do purchases. I can't remember what UGG stands for, but I'm not sure if the child nutrition program guidelines, if those would include those bidding requirements. I could be mistaken. I can do some more research though and get back to the committee on that.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
And this does take us through our cards, so we're going to close this hearing down, HB 1678, and we're going to take a short 5-minute break for the committee to get up and stretch, and we'll go into the next bill, which is 1634, shortly thereafter. Oh, good that she put that into the record.
Thanks, great to see you.
program. And the prime sponsor is here, Representative Lakis. It's all yours.
Again, for the record, Alicia Lekis, Hillsborough 38, Hudson and Litchfield. First thing I want to do is just ask a question of the people who are here. If you can show of hands, how many here have never sent their children to private school? If you have never sent your child to private school. Okay. Just trying to get an idea. All right. What I'd like to do, if you'll allow me, is a little bit of history, because that will support my position on this bill and why I put this bill in. Referring to the Constitution. In the 90s and the early 2000s, there was a push across the country to try to change the way schools were funded. And in a lot of cases, there were courts who decided to step in, and instead of allowing that to the legislatures, they decided they were going to interpret their state constitutions to mean what they wanted it to mean, which was for the state to supply the funding rather than, however it was in our case, locally supplying the funding. And in our case, in Claremont, some judges decided that what our Constitution meant was that the state had to fully fund education. And I believe, and I am not alone in this, there are a lot of people who believe that that was a misunderstanding and a misinterpretation of what the Constitution says. It says, "It shall be the duty of the legislators and magistrates in all future periods of this government to cherish the interests of literature and the sciences and all seminaries and public schools, to encourage private and public institutions, rewards and immunities for the promotion of agriculture, arts, sciences, etc., etc." It also says, "Provided, nevertheless, that no money raised by taxation shall ever be granted or applied for the use of the schools of institutions of any religious sect or denomination." Now, their argument was that cherish meant to fully fund. However, we're to cherish not just literature and the sciences, but all seminaries and public schools. The definition of a seminary: a school of theology, theological seminary, or divinity school is an educational institute for educating students in scripture and theology, generally to prepare them for ordination to serve as clergy in academics or mostly in Christian ministry. And I would ask, how can cherish mean fully fund when the first thing we're to cherish is seminaries? Now, you might argue that, well, this Blaine Amendment was put in 1877, and our Constitution was adopted in 1784, and therefore they just overlooked that. There was a conflict. But I would say, if that was the case, if it was understood that cherish meant fully fund, and seminaries was one of the all seminaries was one of the first things in there to be cherished, and they put in that amendment saying that any religious sect or denomination could not be funded, then why was nothing written about either removing seminaries from cherish, or making that clear? But Nobody ever wrote that. I mean, I would be glad if one of you could come up with me arguments made at that time to say why we were supporting, why we were fully funding seminaries.
Representative,
So
if you,
I'm continuing. That is the point. That is the point to this bill, and I'm giving you the background or why I think this bill is completely constitutional. So therefore, I do not believe, and there are many in this state who do not believe, and there were many legislators at the time of that ruling that did not believe that Cherish meant fully fund, which is why it took so long and so much force and so many different rulings and court cases to try to force the legislature to come up with that, because they did not believe that was what Cherish meant. And by basic logic, it does not seem to mean that. But that does not mean that the legislature can't decide, okay, so we on our own decide that we want to fully fund education because that's how we want to cherish education. But we've seen over and over that when the state pays for things, we're not supposed to thank you. Discriminate. What's the word? It wouldn't come. And we talked already about special needs and how we couldn't discriminate against special needs children. Well, I would say that by only funding certain schools and not other schools, we are in fact discriminating against students who can't learn a certain way. Students who go to their zip code school, and that is not set up in the way that they are able to learn. And therefore, they need to go to maybe even just a different zip code school, but maybe to a private school or whatever they need in order for them to learn. And so we are discriminating by having zip code schools. The EFAs were originally set up before it got amended for only poor kids, to allow kids to get that education funded by the state. The same money that goes to every other kid in the state was to go so that they could get their education based on what would work for them, which includes their public school, other public schools, charter schools, private schools, home schools, colleges, whatever it took, they would get their education. And that is what is constitutionally fair if the legislature decides that they are going to pay for education for students in the state. It should go to make sure and educate every student in the state, not just those that live in this zip code or that zip code. We've had lots of conversations about how it shouldn't pertain to zip codes, about that's why we want to fund this town or that town differently, because it shouldn't pertain to zip codes. Well, guess what? EFAs don't pertain to zip codes. They give a fair education, opportunity for an education for every single kid in the state. Except then we put these limits on and said only if you make below a certain amount of money, whether or not it means that you can afford the education your child needs. So this bill, which applies to universal eligibility for the Education Freedom Account program, I would argue is the most constitutionally fair way of funding our students so that they each have that same amount of money, regardless of who they are, where they live. They have that same amount of money provided by the state to get the education that they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Representative Lakis? Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for presenting your bill here. Yesterday, we had the executive director of the Children's Fund here. And I asked her the question of the purpose of the program. And she confirmed before this committee that the purpose of the program is to provide opportunities for families within a certain category of 350% of the poverty level to be eligible. That is the purpose of the program. So would you concur with me that this program, your proposal, basically changes the purpose that was legislated by this legislature for this program?
I listened very carefully when she answered your question. And she said, as it is written now, that is the purpose. As it's written as 350%, that is the purpose. It was not the original purpose before it got amended.
The original purpose was 300%.
No, the original purpose was no cap whatsoever. It got amended to include a cap and to be for poor students only. And so she very carefully answered, as it is written now, this is the purpose. I am going back to the original, which did not have a cap on it and was for every student in the state.
So the answer to my question is yes.
The answer to your question is that yes, the purpose is back to its original purpose.
Further questions, Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll ask for just a moment of leeway. This question will make sense in a moment. So, Civil Rights Act passed, was held to be constitutional by the Supreme Court of the United States. It was held to be constitutional because they decided that businesses are open to the public and therefore cannot discriminate against those coming from the public, coming as they are. Now, I say that because our Constitution doesn't define public school in New Hampshire. So my question to you would be, do you believe that public schools are only those schools who are operated by the government and government employees, or are public schools perhaps better interpreted to be those schools who are open to the public, just as the Supreme Court held in the Civil Rights Act?
I think that would be a better definition, and we should perhaps refer to what we call public schools as government schools.
Thank you.
Further questions, Representative Cascadden, and maybe we can stick to the bill with our questions also. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a lot of focus on your bill on the Constitution, obviously. And I'm just wondering if you understand or if you think that the language that was used in the 16 and 1700s may be different than what it is in the other centuries in terms of the word seminary. Because
I actually looked that up to see what the definition was then, and it was a religious institution of education. And there were many of them that were founded right about the same time as our Constitution was.
Okay, I found different then. Thank you.
You want to take over? Further questions, anyone? Seeing none, thank you very much, Representative.
Thank you.
Next is Megan Tuttle. Do you want to take it from here?
Thank you. I think it's still morning. Good morning, members of House Education. My name is, for the record, my name is Megan Tuttle, President NEA New Hampshire, representing about 17,000 educators across the state. I'm here today to express our opposition to House Bill 1634, which would establish universal eligibility for New Hampshire's Education Freedom Account Voucher Program. As you're aware, 2 recent court decisions reaffirmed that the state is not meeting its obligations under our Constitution to provide an adequate universal public education because the funding provided by the state is far too low. You and other members of this committee are currently serving on a special subcommittee to look at legislation that could address those decisions. But several bills being heard in House Education today, beginning with House Bill 1634, would throw open the door to diverting more public funds for a second private school voucher education system where we still have yet to fulfill our state's obligation to adequately funding our public schools. These voucher expansion bills would take us backwards rather than ensuring that every child has a high-quality public education that prepares them to succeed in the future. House Bill 1634 would divert hundreds of millions of public dollars toward a state voucher program that's unaccountable, discriminatory, and will not provide student achievement, will ultimately harm all students by decimating our state's financial support for public schools. States that have recently expanded their voucher program significantly or established universal eligibility provide New Hampshire and this committee with a cautionary tale about the fiscal consequences of funding a second education system. A recent report from the Public Funds for Public Schools, Southern Poverty Law Center, and the Education Law Center explores how voucher programs and spending have evolved in 7 states. One of the consistent findings from the report informs us that the context in which the growth of voucher spending is occurring is important. At the same time, funding for vouchers has climbed considerably. These voucher states' effort to fund public schools, which serve a significant majority of students, have declined. We need to look no further than Arizona, which recently adopted a universal voucher program, to warn us that this policy would be unwise in New Hampshire. Reaching Higher New Hampshire recently estimated that a universal voucher plan could cost $105 million in fiscal year 2025 alone. After the explosion of costs seen in Arizona, let's not follow in their footsteps. The state of New Hampshire has a duty to better serve the 160,000 public school students of our state. Any shortfalls in the Education Trust Fund are required to be made up by the general fund, which means an Arizona-style expansion would mean other critical programs the state has outside of education could be jeopardized without any kind of revenue source for the second education system. Already, New Hampshire is projected to spend more than accounted for in this voucher program in this fiscal year, largely new state spending, because like Arizona, more than 3/4 of the students enrolled in the voucher program were already in private or non-public school setting. Instead of sending taxpayer money to private schools, we should be focusing on our public schools, where nearly 90% of our children attend, not taking money away from them. We need to reduce class sizes. We need to give our students more one-on-one attention. We need to increase salaries to address the teacher and staff shortages. With these questions and concerns in mind, NEA New Hampshire respectfully asks the House Education Committee to find House Bill 1634 and expedient to legislate. I appreciate your time and attention in reviewing our comments. I do have written, and I'll be happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Dry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming. I'm concerned about the term voucher that you're using. Could you show me in the statutes where it says this is a voucher program?
I also used EFA.
Okay, but follow up.
Yes.
All the emails I'm getting are stop the voucher program. If you look up voucher program, it was repealed. So I'm concerned that they're working on a definition that doesn't exist right now. And maybe we're working at cross purposes.
Could be, thank you.
Further questions from the Representative Tanner?
Thank you. When we do food programs like SNAP programs, we give vouchers. And vouchers, in definition, outside of legislative, would you agree, means that a certain amount of money is given to people to expend, and that money is coming from the state?
Thank you for the question. Yes, it would.
Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Thank you for being here. You mentioned about these programs diverting funds. Maybe you could tell us about any public schools in New Hampshire that have not received the amounts of money that they are entitled to according to current state law?
Thank you for the question. The money that I'm talking about when referring to diverting funds, it's money going to students that were not in were not in public schools already, that were already in private or religious schools that are taking money that could be spent. So it wasn't already going to a public school, it's going somewhere else.
Follow up?
But I think isn't the point that all public schools are getting the money that they are entitled to according to current state law?
Thank you for the question. They are getting, you're correct in saying that they're getting what they're entitled to, but it needs to be a lot more.
Thank you. Representative Peternell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You mentioned that Reaching Higher said that the Education Freedom Account program, if this bill passed, could cost taxpayers $105 million, but currently the cost to educate a student in the state of New Hampshire is approximately $20,000. The base adequacy is $4,100, so approximately saving $16,000 per student. Do you have any estimate of what the education freedom accounts might save the state?
Thank you for the question. I don't have that on me, but I could try to find for you.
Thank you. Any further questions? See none. Thank you very much. David Trumbull.
Good morning again. Thank you, committee members. I'm David Trumbull from the town of Ware. I oppose this bill for a couple of reasons. I want to start with the Conval decision. I think this changes the whole decision-making process regarding the EFA program. Remember, the constitutional duty applies to public schools. That's stated in the Constitution. It was also specifically stated in the Claremont decision, and again in all of the subsequent Supreme Court decisions. We're not meeting that obligation. We're giving 4,200 base aid. The judge said we need at least 7,500, probably more like $10,000. The constitutional duty comes first. Before we spend any more money on alternative education, we have to live up to our constitutional duties first. So until you fund that, I don't think we can fund any additional money for EFAs. Last year, we testified and said this, and somebody said, well, but we are living up to our duty, so now we can spend extra money on EFAs. The judge finally documented how much we're not living up to our duty, so I think until you actually live up to that duty, which would cost us $500 million, we don't have $100 million left for EFAs. Second, we are not obligated to spend a penny on the EFA program. There's no constitutional duty that applies to private schools. That's clearly not in our Constitution or the Claremont decision. The U.S. Supreme Court in the Carson versus Macon case said, as we held in Espinoza, another case, similar case, a state need not subsidize private education. There's no New Hampshire or U.S. constitutional duty to spend public education. So what you could do, and remember now, the 4,200 that you're giving to each EFA is not constitutionally linked. That was a legislative convenience. So what you could do is say, Conval says we have to go up to 7,500. We're going to pass that. We're going to live up to that and keep the EFA amount at 4,200. There's no reason they have to remain tied forever and ever into the future. Additionally, the state has the constitutional right to put other restrictions on EFA funding. In that Carson versus Macon case, that's the case from Maine, where the state was funding some private schools and denied money to all religious schools. Judge Roberts wrote that it's wrong to say, as the dissenters do, that under our decision today, Maine must fund religious education. As we held in Espinoza, a state need not subsidize private education. But once a state decides to do so, it cannot disqualify some private schools solely because they're religious. Emphasis on the word solely. The state doesn't have to provide funds to religious schools or to private schools. If you do fund private schools, you can't say no to every religious school. But you could say no to some religious schools or any private school for specific reasons. For instance, if they had racist policies, you could legitimately, as the state of New Hampshire, say, we won't fund them. There was a university in the U.S. that had a ban on interracial dating as recently as the century we're living in. If a private school had that policy in New Hampshire, you would all say, we don't want our EFA funding to go to that. I think we can all agree there are limits. We don't have to give EFA funds to every single private school. That brings up the question. They discriminate against children with disabilities. They discriminate against children who are LGBTQ. Why can't the state also say, we will give you money, but you have to live up to basic civil rights? Lastly is the question about saving money. There's about 4,000 children in the EFA program. 75% go to private schools. There's only 1,000 who left the public school to go to a private school. There's 180 school districts in the state. That basically means 5 or 6 students in each school district participate who went from a public school. That's 1 child per school. How can that possibly save any money? You have a 4th grade
with 2 classes, 25 kids in each room, losing 1 student doesn't save that school a penny. People who assert that it does, it's time for them to put up some evidence so that the people of New Hampshire can look at your flow charts and see where's the savings, because right now there is no savings. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for the testifier? No. Thank you very much for being here.
You're welcome.
Mary Wilkie?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for having me. I'm Mary Wilkie. I live in Concord, and I'm a retired school teacher, public school teacher. I want to reiterate without repeating that I also agree that until New Hampshire lives up to its constitutional obligation to fully fund our public schools, it really should not be giving away ever increasing amounts of money to private schools and other educational vendors. I assume that the reason the legislature has never complied with Claremont is because it's expensive. But if we have the money, if we have money lying around to give to private schools, then that money should be going to public schools, according to our New Hampshire Supreme Court, which is the body that gets to interpret the law. I often disagree with court decisions, but they're the ones under our Constitution who get to decide. I feel like it's kind of like if a parent was ordered to pay child support, $1,000 in child support every month, and they were only paying $200, and then they were also giving money to the kid down the street. It's just not the way it should be. Last Wednesday, when the school funding bills were being heard, testimony from a public school principal whose school doesn't have running water here in New Hampshire, in the United States of America, a public school without running water. We heard from students who couldn't go to college because their school couldn't offer language classes, or they couldn't get into certain colleges because of that. The idea that the legislature might let those conditions continue to exist, but be willing to write a check to a millionaire who's paying the $60,000 or whatever tuition at Phillips Exeter, which has a $1.2 billion endowment fund. The idea that we would write a check to that person and not fix the problems that exist in public schools because of insufficient funding just strikes me as just outrageously wrong. The Legislative Oversight Committee has created a list of questions they'd like to see answered and addressed. And there hasn't, that just came out November 30th, the first report of an oversight committee. How could we go forward and expand this program without considering what they came up with? We don't know what's happening to there's quite a few kids, I think it's I'm not good at remembering numbers, but a lot of kids who are referred to as other exits. They've left the program, not going to public school, not graduating. Where do they go? What happened to them? We don't even know that. There's a lot of questions that need to be answered by the Department of Education. With all these questions out there, why would we expand the program? I mean, what's the rush? At least find out. We have the audit. Consider what the Oversight Committee came up with, and then think about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the testimony.
Let's have this.
I know, it's right in the way. If I understand correctly, a significant amount of your argument hinges on your assertion that you just made that the court decisions that we're working on here, that within our Constitution, the court has been given the sole authority to interpret Constitution and law. So on that, can you expound a little bit as to exactly where in our Constitution the court is delegated the sole responsibility of interpreting the Constitution and law, and how, if they are in fact superior to both other branches of government in that way, we could possibly be a republic?
Well, I don't have the New Hampshire Constitution in front of me, but my understanding from going to public school and going to college, et cetera, is that we have 3 branches of government that are co-equal, and that they each have their own areas, and that the legislature makes the laws, and the courts interpret the laws, and the executive department branch enforces the laws. And so I imagine I could find it if I had it, but I don't have it in my brain.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here. Lastly, Matt Southerton from Children's Scholarship Fund is here for technical support if requested. I do have a couple of questions. I'm not sure if anyone else does.
Hey, good morning. Matt Southerton from Children's Scholarship Fund.
Thank you for being here. I recall from some of our education oversight, EFA oversight committee meetings, there was some information about the number of students who have left the program for reasons other than graduation. Do you have that data handy? I don't.
Yes, other exits. I was just looking at that as a matter of fact, since that's come up. We've given that information to the department. We've also given that to the Legislative Oversight Committee. I was just looking at that. So the reason that came up as 525 other exits is because that information was from the beginning of the year report that the department had. So they didn't have all the information. 164 of those students were delayed in submitting their application. 94 of those students were in the process of submitting their application. 11 students were delayed in reapplying, but they were not exited. And I can send this all to you. But yeah, the majority of those students were just in the process of submitting their application or had not submitted it at the time.
I'll take a follow-up.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's okay. Thank you. So what was the bottom line number and then when you subtract those from the original 500 plus? I remember hearing a much smaller number.
So the number of students that actually left the program was 107 out of that 525.
Okay. And the total number of students who were in the program at that point, was that 3,000 area?
That was the 4,500 number.
4,500 number, okay. Representative Tanner.
Thank you. Can you give us more information about why the audit isn't being done and why it started in 22 and still isn't being done?
Are we talking about our annual audit that's
No,
completed?
I'm talking about the
LBA
HB
audit?
1135, the audit that was put into law.
For LBA?
Yes.
Yeah, so they are currently in the process of starting that. The Department of Education has contacted us, and LBA, I believe they're in the process of contacting us. They've asked us for the key contact information for the key players at Children's Scholarship Fund, the key individuals, and we have given them that information.
Follow up.
Yes. So the holdup is with LBA? Is that what you're saying?
No, I mean, I assume that they're just beginning that process now. We were just contracted last week.
Okay, but this audit was supposed to be done finished by October of last year.
I can't speak for LBA or the department.
Okay, thank you.
You mentioned another audit. You do an annual audit, correct?
Yeah, as required by law, CSF is supposed to perform an annual audit, and that's done, and all of those financials are posted on our website.
Further questions, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your technical support on this. So, as the law is written, cutoff is 350% of federal poverty level for access to this program.
Correct.
Do we have numbers, either in terms of exact numbers or even percentages, as to how many New Hampshire children would, under current law, be refused access to this program based on that number?
So I pinged the application team, and so to date, we've only had about 250 students that have applied, but that are not eligible for the EFA program because they didn't meet that cutoff.
And just a quick follow-up, if I may. That's very good information. Do we know, as far as just demographics statewide, how many students would be?
Yeah, sorry, I don't have that
refused?
data.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Tanner?
Thank you. Do you know how many students that are currently in the program, because they don't have to recertify their eligibility, have actually gone to 350% or higher?
Yeah, I don't have that data, but approximately 50% of the students in the program currently have to recertify each year because about 44% of the students currently receive the free and reduced lunch eligibility requirement, and about 7% are students with special needs. So then each year, those students have to requalify so that they can get that disparity aid.
And a follow up on that?
Yes.
And so you have that information, and if they go beyond the current limit of eligibility, they're still
They
kept
would
in the
still,
program.
correct, they would still be eligible for the program because they are grandfathered in according to the law.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Myler.
Well, thank you. Just a clarification. So you're saying that currently, because there's a bill pending before this committee that hasn't heard yet, you're saying that 45% of those students that are currently in the program have to reapply each year?
They actually do, yes. So the students that qualify for the free and reduced lunch disparity aid, they receive those extra monies, so they do have to submit their financial documents each year, and then our application team has to go over that and make sure that they meet that eligibility requirement of 350% or less in order to receive those additional monies.
So if they're not eligible for it,
then they would not receive those additional monies, no.
Thank you very much.
Representative Tanner?
When you say they don't receive the additional money, so they don't receive the additional money for the free and reduced, but they still receive the additional money for the EFA or the Children's Scholarship.
Correct.
Isn't that
They would be grandfathered into the program.
Right. So,
For just the EFA state adequacy.
and the reapplication is merely for the funds for free and reduced or special ed.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any further questions? Thank you very much. We have no further cards in this one, so we're going to close 1167, or excuse me, 1634 down. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and quickly do 1167. This should not take very long. I will introduce the bill, and Representative Cordelli will chair the meeting or the hearing. I'll get a card too.
Is there anyone else needs a copy of the bill by any chance? No, everyone's set? Okay, we'll open the hearing on House Bill 1167 relative to the Math Learning Communities Program. And we welcome back Chairman Ladd.
Thank you very much, Representative Cordelli and members of the Education Committee. I'm here today to speak on 1167. This is relative to the Math Learning Communities Program, which I put in on behalf of the community college system, New Hampshire. We've talked often about the math learning communities, and I can go through and briefly explain it. It's a program in which we, after the students have their Algebra 1 class in the spring of their 10th grade, we work with the parent, the student, folks within the school that are teaching the mathematics, and we try to discern if the student is ready to go on to Algebra 2, if they really have a good focus on that mathematics. If they don't, they go into what we call a foundation math program, which is set up in conjunction with the original grant that we got in Beth Dorian from the community college system. Worked with that for years, and we had 38 or so high schools involved with this program. The grant stopped from which they had received at the community college system. That program kind of died until we allocated $200,000 to continue it. And so now we have it, we're ready to move forward. So following the 10th grade, if we have a student that doesn't really grasp the and understand the Algebra 1. And so they go into that foundational math class in 11th grade, and then they have the opportunity to go into quantitative math in the 12th grade. It's a program which is providing instruction differently than you would see in the Algebra 2 class. However, from passing the quantitative math, you have sufficiently accomplished what is required for your math requirement when you go into the community college system, so you don't have to have that remedial mathematics, which we know that we had at one point 60% of the students going into the community college system needed remedial math. And now they don't do it as remedial math. They work with the individual student in the holes that that student has and trying to help that student with those subject area or elements within the mathematics to get them on board while they're at the community college system. And the issue why this is coming forward is that the test which we used at the end of the 10th grade, and it was called the Accuplacer, what was it? The next generation Accuplacer test examination is no longer used by the community college system. And they're using other assessment tools now. And that's what we like to do it because there's a number of assessments that are also done locally, which do the same thing to discern if a child is having, or student is having difficulty with Algebra 1 and really doesn't understand it and needs that alternative pathway. If we don't do this, the issue is we have students that go on and they learn not to enjoy mathematics and their potential is lost in the workforce. And this is a course, a program which is really vitally needed. We know that our achievement scores in mathematics in the state are not where we want them. Even though we're comparing to other states, we're doing well. But, you know, that bar, New Hampshire has pride in saying we want to be the best. And so we want no child to be left behind and to move forward with this program. And I'd be glad to take any questions.
Any questions? Representative Tanner.
Thank you. I'm after doing the dyslexia work, I am really concerned with, and I've known students who just, they freak out when they see numbers. I mean, that's how bad, their learning at that learning stage at that point is. And there is a dyscalculia diagnosis where students are very, very similar. They can't mathematically deal with numbers at that point. They can't code. Is there do you know of any work that's being done, because it'd have to be done before 10th grade, I would assume, to approach this or to try to, give some help to these students?
I know that is an issue that even your elementary teachers and your principals there and superintendents are cognizant of. And in the district I'm in SAU 23, Lori Melanson, who is the superintendent of schools, she's rebaking the whole math program to address this type of issue. And so they're writing a new curriculum in how they teach. And I think this is something which is more than just one district. I think we're all recognizing after the task force that was set up by Paul Leather years ago, he was the deputy commissioner. And that was at least now 14 years or 12 years ago. It was recognized that we have too many students which are not doing what they should be doing in mathematics. And it was seen that as a result of our achievement tests at that time showed that after the junior high school level, those grades 7 and 8, there was that huge waterfall effect as far as student achievement in mathematics. It goes obviously back into the elementary grades. It's not just laid down on those junior high teachers or the high school teachers. And it's something which this program right here has helped do that. In fact, the professional training for these teachers that are teaching this math communities program are teachers that have been taught by teachers that have implemented this program. So they bring them in the summertime. Community college oversees this, and we're trying to get more people trained in this. But those people go back into the schools, and they're working with the math teachers and elementary teachers prior to that. So I think this is a good program that we need to continue, and we just need to modify it to allow this new assessment that they want to use. But this is an area that I think that the district schools, the public schools are aware of and trying to address. And oftentimes, it's like when I met with a group of teachers down in Rivendale, that's fairly in Corinth, Vermont, with Orford, New Hampshire. It's an interstate district. I pulled all the math teachers together and I asked the question, and back when we talked about multiplication facts, they were diametrically opposed, these teachers, from each other. You know, one would say, oh, no, it's all conceptual. You don't have to memorize. The other ones in the high school saying, you better know those things when you come into these classes. And so they weren't talking with each other. And I think that's what we have to start. If curriculum is a responsibility of the local district and instruction, you got to talk with each other. And they got the hint that, yes, the math teacher who is the math teacher at the high school is also working with all those that, just like a coach. The coach for athletics in the high school, the varsity coach, oftentimes oversees the JV coach and everything else going on in the middle school level, if you want to have a decent program. So to have a decent program in math, we got to do the same thing. I think that's happening, Representative Tanner. I think that's an ongoing process, and people learn differently. And I know I myself was one of those. I can remember my only grade I remember in elementary school was my first grade. Teacher called me up the board. I was shy, didn't want to read, didn't know how to spell. I threw up right in front of her. So it's, there's teaching styles and there's learning styles. And this program matches teaching style and learning style. That's an important part of education.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Cornell.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. The math assessment, is it a universal assessment that will be used at every school, or districts are going to be able to use their own to determine if the student needs it?
It's done in cooperation with the community college system in New Hampshire.
Thank you.
They're the coordinators of this program.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Shannon Reed from the community college system is here
Shannon's here,
also.
yes.
So, any further questions, Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the bill. I agree with the general concept. I have one question I'm not sure about on language. So it specifically identifies two groups of students: those students who are not yet demonstrating competency, and also those who have demonstrated mastery. But is there such a thing as a student who has demonstrated competency but not yet mastery, and would that student be excluded from higher level math?
I think this gets to what Representative Tanner was speaking to also, that there's different learning styles, and you can have students which can conceptualize, or some that can memorize, and you really don't know how to apply. And in order to learn how to apply, it's just like in CTE programs, you learn by doing, you learn how to make that cabinet, you learn how to, fix that automobile, but through doing it. And that's what this program does. It works with the student. So we have students in there. This is not a program that's set up for those which you have difficult time, in all subject areas. This is where there's a lot of students come out of elementary school and you ask them what's their favorite course, and they'll say, yeah, recess. And then they may say physical education or something such as that. But there's not a whole lot of people come through, students come through saying, mathematics is my favorite subject. And it's pretty common. And so somewhere along the way, they're getting turned off to it. And everything we do is mathematical. So I hope that answers a little bit what you're after.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Ms. Reed?
Good afternoon, Education Committee. My name is Shannon Reed. I'm here on behalf of the Community College System of New Hampshire. The prime sponsor did most of my work for me this morning by explaining the history of the program, the kind of genesis of it, and what we seek with this bill. I'll just say a couple things. First, I'm sorry that it's me here today and not my colleague Beth Doran, who had been running this program, overseeing the program, and she knows so much more about the details than I do. So I'll do my best to answer any questions that you might have. We're very excited to be restarting this program. It was initially funded through a grant, a federal grant that lasted for maybe 4 or 5 years, but it was focused on innovation, that grant. So once this program became kind of entrenched, even though it was proven to be successful through metrics and student outcomes, in that it was no longer an innovation, the grant funding dried up. And so we're very grateful that in House Bill 2, this program was funded so that we could restart it. It's got a number of important benefits. One was alluded to in a previous conversation, which is the communication and collaboration it creates between the secondary level mathematics instructors and community college mathematics instructors, kind of helping each other see what are you teaching, how are you teaching it at the college level, what are we seeing in the math preparedness of students who come directly from high schools to our colleges. And so I think that's a huge benefit. Also, of course, the creation of the 2 math classes that students can take that address the competencies that students need to place into college level math. And then the more advanced course can actually be taken as a dual credit course. So students can get credit for that first gateway math course in college. So there's a lot of benefits. The results of the program when it was funded and in place were very positive. I'm afraid I don't have those details, but the performance, the persistence, the completion rates of students who took these courses was very much improved over what had been the case before. So in this bill, we're seeking to basically have the statutory language reflect the practice, which has evolved beyond simply using one test, the AccuPlacer test, and one cut score as the determining factor in how students place into math. And this gets a little bit to your question of competency versus mastery. Using multiple measures is really a better practice. It's evolved to be a better practice than using one maybe kind of high stakes test that student may or may not do particularly well on a given day. So using multiple measures to assess student readiness for the courses is the better practice than using one test. Also, we're broadening the language for that second higher level course from simply quantitative reasoning to something that might encompass or might include other additional kind of focus areas. And we've in restarting the program, we've created a math learning communities advisory group made up of high school instructors, college instructors, the math consultant for the Department of Education. And this group is going to kind of, in broadening their work, determine what the best curricular components of that second level course are. So I can probably stop there and see if you have any specific questions. I would say actually a couple things in conclusion. A number of years back, there was a lot of concern over the lack of kind of consistent and strong math preparedness, math readiness of high school graduates who were coming to particularly our colleges, but really any post-secondary education. The community college system did 2 main things to respond to that kind of situation. One is we created this program, Math Learning Communities, the partnership with high schools. And 2, we changed how we do developmental math education once students get to college. Back 20 years ago, if a student didn't place into college level math, we would put them in what was then called remedial math or remedial math course. Not college credit bearing, basically repeating topics that they had in theory covered in high school. It took their time, it took their money, and the outcomes metrics were not favorable for students who had to be in remedial math. If you had, for any 10 students who got placed into remedial math, the number who persisted and completed a credential, a degree or certificate was very small. Nationally, there evolved a better practice, and that's called co-requisite remediation. And that is identifying specifically what challenges students had in math, putting those students into college level math, but giving them extra supports in those areas. So the students they're in college math, they're feeling that sense of achievement, they're getting support where they need it, and that barrier, remedial math became a barrier where it was supposed to be a bridge, but we created what was a true bridge to success in a college curriculum. So this bill is basically just updating the language of the statute to kind of reflect current practice. I would suggest you might consider one very minor amendment, which is simply to make this bill effective upon passage. There's no need for a 60-day kind of adoption time period. So that's not highly consequential, but if it's easy enough to do, that would certainly work well for us. Thank you, and I'm happy to try to answer any questions.
Any questions? Representative Cascadden?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation. I believe in the system and in the process. My question is there a cost to the local school district to be a partner?
I think the short answer is no, but there are probably some, I guess I would call them in-kind costs. So the funding in House Bill 2 for this program is $200,000 a year. What that pays for are course materials, testing materials when we use those, like when we did use the AccuPlacer, paying a part-time coordinator that we employ, and bringing together in an annual convening all of these folks, all these instructors from the various schools and the various levels to kind of facilitate that cross-pollination. So we cover the cost of that, but the schools may be incurring some type of cost for participation of their folks. I'm not certain about that, but I will ask my colleague Beth and I can get back to you.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here for this. I believe I heard that you want to ultimately transition away from the current one high stakes test to a system where you could have multiple assessments being done. But the specific language I'm seeing in this bill only makes provision for a mathematics assessment, not multiple. So is that something you would like to see changed slightly to allow for multiple assessments instead of just the one? Yeah.
I guess I think either way, I think we could interpret a mathematics assessment to be inclusive of multiple measures.
Okay, fair.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here, and that will close the hearing on House Bill 1167. And we'll break for lunch.
What's the time we are supposed to be back?
1.
Yeah.
You want to make it 1:15?
I think 1 o'clock's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
1 o'clock.
Okay. That's my card. Okay.
Well, see you tomorrow.
Does your partner know?
Signing off.
Thank you very much.
Switch.
Thank you, Chairman.
Our committee, education committee, HB 1677, it's a participation education freedom accounts bill based on school and school district proficiency scores. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Members of House Education. I'm here to testify in favor of HB 1677, also known as the Every Student Loves Education Achievement and Reforming Neglectful Schools Act, the Every Student Learns Act. I think everybody in this room is interested in making sure the children educated in the state of New Hampshire have the best possible education. That's the goal. One would hope that this committee is fully engaged and supportive of that goal. The bill is a redo to the definitions that are currently under Chapter 194-F, as in Frank, Education Freedom Accounts. Okay. Current definition is under Section Roman numeral 6, it's eligible student. This bill repeals and reenacts that section, following the same policies that are currently in 6 with one major exception. I will get to that major exception. So although it's a repeal and replace, there's no bold to make it easy to read. Section A of this act is identical to what's in current law. This is students who are eligible to receive the education freedom accounts relative to the 350%, which is the current policy. I will come back to Section B. Section C, I believe, is also in the law somewhere. I don't remember where. I didn't see it. But this is a student who tried to get to another school and their school district denied them. And then following current policy, students who participated in this current year, okay, can continue to participate in the future. That's been the ongoing policy. So let's talk about Section B, because that is in fact the new section. And this has to do with how well the school district is performing. We have made this about whether the parents can afford to give their children another option. Well, that's a great metric. I think it is an inadequate metric. It is the wrong metric. Currently, we send our children to public schools based on 2 criteria: what zip code they live in and what year they were born. It has nothing to do with academic skill level, whether they're an exemplary student and should be in an honors program, whether they have a learning style that is visual versus hands-on versus auditory. I'm sure there are a bunch of teachers in here who could better speak to education learning styles than I can. That's not how we send kids to school. We send kids to school on zip code and birthday. That's it. The problem is the parents have no option. They're told, go to the local school. I'm going to pick on the largest city in Manchester today because I have that particular data up. The Department of Education has created a bunch of reports under their website. Under the iReport, I believe is the correct one. You can look up the school performance for any district in the state. And I'm going to use Manchester as that encompasses the largest number of students in one particular district. Their ELA proficiency is 28%. 28% of the students at whatever grade level they're using for testing, I'm assuming this is their 8th grade test, but it could be others, okay, are considered proficient in the English language. 19% are proficient in math, and 14% are proficient in science. Well, it's good that we sent a lot of additional money to Manchester in HB2 last year, to the tune of something like $35 million of additional funding. Those scores are not sufficient to prepare our children for the future. We need to do a better job. Today, if a school isn't doing well, we send them more money. That is how we incentivize schools. If you look at the schools and they're doing poorly, we pick up and we send them additional money to help their children do better. Unfortunately, that rewards at some level bad behavior. Not bad behavior of the student, but bad behavior of the system to educate the children. We should, in fact, find schools that are doing really, really well and make sure that we fund them well so they can educate more children. Because you might find, I'm part of Dunbarton. My children are homeschooled, so it doesn't apply to me. But if my children were in Dunbarton and we were sending to Goffstown, but Bow was doing better, we might want our kids in the Bow school system and as a town, we made that decision so that the children are part of the public school system could go to Bow for a better education. Our town decided to do that. They left the Goffstown district and went to Bow. But not every parent can do that. And if you have to tuition into the other district, this would allow you to have access to help, financial help to do that. So all this bill does is add section B, and it talks about if the school is not doing a good job making sure the children are educated, the parents have another option. That option can be any other education. It can be another public school, it can be a private school, it can be a homeschool, all of the things that are available through the EFAs. The only metric that is used is what is the school doing in terms of performance? Is it meeting a reasonable threshold? The reasonable threshold that I picked for this bill was that less than half the students are proficient. We can adjust that number. Maybe that number's too high. Maybe we should set it as only 10% of the students are proficient. Or sorry, are failing proficiency. Maybe it should be 90. I don't know. We can have a discussion on what that metric is. In my eyes, if half the children are not proficient in the various subject matters, we have not done our job as a state to prepare them for their future. With that, I'll close my testimony. I'm willing to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there any questions to the committee? Yes, Representative Cornell.
Thank you. Thank you. And as a Manchester rep, I would like to ask you, are you saying that Manchester School District is not teaching their children as well as they could because they want to get more funds from the state and not taking into account the percentage of students that we have that are English language learners, special education, disadvantaged?
I'm not saying that
No,
it's...
that is what you said. You said Manchester is
I'm
getting
saying...
rewarded for their children doing poorly on this test and are being incentivized by low scores to get more money from the state.
So I'm going to take this as a question. And the question was, did I say that Manchester intentionally does this? No, Manchester is not intentionally doing it. I'm saying the current statutes and the law and the system incentivizes this, whether or not that's an intended consequence or an unintended consequence. We send additional money to districts that are doing poorly. That is how we treat districts. That is a fact. I'm not saying that is the policy that we want. I'm just saying that is the fact. And one of the unintended consequences of policies like that is we end up with children that aren't doing as well. We should look at the Academy for Science and Design, where they have, yes, it's a charter school. They get to select the students that are participating. But look, they are top nationally in as one of the high schools in the state. This is what we should be rewarding. This is what we should be incentivizing more of.
Well, not being able to choose what students attend public schools in Manchester because we welcome them all. And we do have a large population of English language learners, special education. And somebody this morning said that Berlin had 60% free and reduced lunch, which was large. Well, Manchester schools are way above that. So I don't think that they're doing poorly is being incentivized by anything that the state is giving them to score poorly. I'm sure they'd rather get less money and have children do well.
So the good news is, right, through House Bill 2 last year, the state budget, we made fundamental changes in how the state reimbursed local school districts through the SWEP account for various things, including free and reduced lunch. And in the end, some of the larger cities, Manchester and Nashua in particular, I don't know Berlin, I don't remember the numbers for all the towns in the state, saw a significant increase in disparity level aid because of, right, English learners, right, free and reduced lunch, right, lower income households. I get that. And maybe the scores we're seeing today are a result of underfunding for years. I don't know. But I am saying right now, those percentages in terms of scores we are not doing our job as a state educating our children. If you look at over time how well we have done to other industrialized nations, first world nations, we have continued to drop in terms of our education performance for the last several decades. We have to reverse that trend. This is one way to do it.
Thank you. So proficiency. What do you think proficiency is? Is it 60%, 70%, 80%, 90%, or 100%? If in the old terms, because we're using this term proficient. So in old terms, with going to school, was it an A, B, C, D, E? Was it?
I would argue that it should be a 70% or better. That
It's higher than that. It's higher than that from the State Department of Education. So when you say proficient, you're not talking and you're throwing it around like they're barely passing. Proficient means that they're up in the 80% range. And that's a high bar for most kids. So, you know, to throw around the term proficient and to have 48% in proficient is something that's pie in the sky. Really, it's pie in the sky, depending, and particularly for someplace like Manchester. Now, options in Manchester, you have how many charter schools in Manchester? Okay, parents have options in Manchester. Parents have options. Okay, so as far as the proficiency part of this bill and the fact that you said that parents have no options, I think is not right, not truthful.
So if I may follow up to that question, what is the right percentage? If you're saying it's 85, at what percentage of students should be achieving 85% proficiency?
I think a C is average.
Yes.
Okay, and I think a C average grade, if most of your students at your school are doing C or above, and you're always going to have some kids that are at the top of the span, you're always going to get a few kids that are at the bottom of the span. That's how it works, okay? And Manchester, with all the issues that they have, any school with any issues that they have, and depending year to year to year, I mean, and like you said, some of it is you can't say that you threw 35 million at them last year, and that this year they should be 48% proficient. That's unreasonable.
That is, I understand that statement, and right, I can support that you can't fundamentally change by 30% the proficiency in a single year relative to funding. But I do believe we should have far more than 10% of the kids at 85% or better. If you're using 85, in my eyes, 25% of the students should be B or higher level work if they're doing, and it's only because of how the tests are set up, and this is relative to the national capability. New Hampshire has, since I sat on education in 2011-12, okay, has been one of the states with a better education system. Can we do better? Absolutely. Relative to other industrialized nations, we're not doing that well anymore. We are not preparing our children for the future, and that's what needs to be fixed.
What was the proficiency level? Yeah, just what was the proficiency level of Manchester?
28% in English.
That's above 10, right?
19 in math and 14 in science.
Right. So if it's 10%.
Are there further questions?
Thank you, and thank you for being here. It's unfortunate that in the last 30 years, this legislature has failed to meet its obligation according to the court decisions around school funding. So that's just to say it. The question I have for you is that as I read B, if this were to become law, the only qualifications for a family who wants to have an EFA would be that they would be in the 40%, 49%, or in 48% proficiency, and there'd be no other qualifications, so there'd be no 350, they don't have to qualify from a standpoint of income or anything like that. It's basically what the proficiency level would be of that district. Is that correct?
That is correct. This is about school district performance, and if the children aren't getting the education they need, that additional options should be available.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So could you comment, please, since there is no testing or assessment standard for students educated through NEFA, if this were to pass, how would we know that they were becoming more proficient than in their current public schools?
So in most cases with EFA, it does not cover the 100% of the costs of going to an outside thing, right? So if the parents don't see the performance they want, the parents themselves would choose to go back to the public education system because they don't have to write a check for the difference. Because they are now an active consumer, meaning they're looking at the performance or looking at how their children are doing in the school, if they don't see an increase in how their children are doing, right, there's no reason for them to continue to write checks.
Oh, thank you. So if I'm understanding you correctly, you don't see any relevance or need for there to be more objective than parental observation of the results of this education system that is at least partly taxpayer funded.
So I am a strong proponent for free market solutions where the consumers have some say in what they buy, and because of that, they use their money wisely. And in this case, it's the parents who are looking at how well their children are doing. And I do believe, since the parents are writing the check, they're the consumers, right? They're not being educated, but they're the ones making the purchase, that they will do what is best for their children. And because of that, they will be very attentive to, yes, my children are learning or not learning in moving to the school. I didn't see any additional progress, right? They're not up to what I believe is a reasonable standard. And therefore, they would choose not to continue.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Rep. Hull. We've heard a lot about proficiency in larger populations, but I'd like to get a little bit more granular. So we're talking proficiency, and this bill would allow students at schools that are of low proficiency to be able to go elsewhere. Can you imagine that in a school that is generally of low proficiency and would likely therefore need to spend a considerable amount of time and effort into remediation and improving those scores and proficiencies, that there might be students who are proficient, perhaps having mastered subjects, and are possibly even gifted, who could be left behind and not meet their full potential in such an environment?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, for being here. Is the 49% proficiency level criteria for ELA or science or math? Either any one of those three, they would qualify.
That is how it is currently drafted, right? They are those three options are ordered together, right? And I did that because you might have a student who wants to be a STEM major, right? Where either math or science is insufficient for them to achieve their full potential when it comes to a STEM curriculum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Your statistics are the 49% of the schools. That's your criteria, but there could be students within those schools that are high and that are scoring higher and doing fine in those schools.
Correct. That is, I think Representative Belcher just made that comment. You might have a student who is doing very well in that school, okay, whose parents want them to do better. So.
Well, conversely, you could look at it the other way. There could be students that are in higher schools, higher achieving schools that are doing poorly.
That is true as well, right? I think the point is, as a whole, that school system has some average performance, and that average performance is a great metric to figure out whether parents should have other options. Back to my opening remarks, we currently assign school districts based on 2 criteria: zip code and age. That's it. Not learning style, not learning capability or aptitude, not historic performance, not what kind of career they want, any of the other reasonable metrics to figure out how to educate somebody. We're not using those. We're using zip code and age. And I think everybody has a unique learning style. We tend to put them in large buckets, right? Some are auditory learners, some are hands-on, some are visual learners. I'm sure there's somebody here who has much greater skills in terms of describing those learning styles. But at the end of the day, we want our children to do the best possible, right? To have the best possible education we can give them.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the committee? Representative Cole? Not seeing anything.
Thank you, everybody on education.
This one, please.
Sure. This will go into executive session for House Bill 1167 relative to Math Learning Communities program.
I'd like to make a motion of PL 1167.
Seconded by Representative Cornell. Yep, sure.
It's good. This clerk says, hold it.
Yep.
It's good. Okay. Arlene did the same thing.
So,
Madam Cornell. Mhm. Yeah. I made the motion. And Representative Cornell. Okay, we can get that done. Let's just go through the roll call.
Okay, you ready?
Okay, this to you, Madam Clerk.
I have no discussion on it.
Right.
Representative Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Ford. Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Hall. Oh, okay. Representative Balboni.
Yes.
And Representative Cascadden. The question is,
House Bill 1167.
Math learning communities.
no,
No,
we're
no,
doing,
we're voting.
Sorry, I just need a copy.
Did you get a cup for me too?
Hold that vote.
Okay,
1167. Yes.
okay, thank you. Representative Damon.
Yes.
All right, that's 12.
And I'll go with yes.
Oh,
too.
Chairman Ladd, yes, thank you very much. Been a while. 13 yeas, 0 nays, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 missing.
Good, great.
Okay.
So this will be on consent, and we're going to close the executive session. Back on task, we start in 10 minutes for the next bill. Scheduled at 1:45.
Okay.
Got a pink card? Great, thank you.
Hi, Joe. One here. Thank you.
Oh, okay, I got it then, so you got that one.
Yeah, it's a job.
Okay. All right, that's this, that's this. Find that sheet here.
It is hard.
Hi, Joe.
Wow. I don't know, which one of the culprits do I take first?
Oh, gosh. 1167.
Okay.
Okay, now I gotta find the right sheet of paper.
Exactly. I mean, because I think I didn't go to bed before 2 in the morning any night.
This is 1561, so coming up.
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
yep,
Yes.
yep, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the House Education Committee. My name is Representative Joe Sweeney. I represent Rockingham 25. It's the town of Salem. I did email you all earlier a copy of my introductory testimony, and I gave a copy to the clerk, and I won't simply read off the letter, but I'll try to just speak from the heart here. I sit before you as the proud product of our New Hampshire public schools. And really, I would only be here because of the public schools in our state. When I was 4 years old, I could only coherently communicate 27 words, and I required 3 years of extensive speech therapy to get caught up with my peers in order to speak and communicate well among my age group. And I received that therapy through the Salem School District, through the SEED program. And I'm very proud of that school district. I'm very proud of that program. It's a program that continues to this day in the town of Salem in our schools. And it's those sorts of investments in our community that are cherished in the Granite State, and truly is the only reason. I haven't really stopped talking since I took my speech therapy when I was 4 to 7, but it is really the only way that I am here today, which is in support of HB 1561. When I think of our wildly successful Education Freedom Accounts program, I want to make sure that we can take the next steps to ensure that students that might not feel safe in their school districts or students that are not currently being successful have the options to take advantage of our educational freedom accounts so that they can pursue education that matters and works for them. In Salem, for me, that was education that was provided by my local public school district. However, I fully recognize that Salem, as a very property-rich town, is not representative of the state when it comes to what is being offered and what is available to students throughout New Hampshire, which is what this category type bill for qualifications really does seek to do. There's a number of categories in this bill that we would expand coverage of the education freedom accounts to. And it was really, as I talked to the co-sponsors of the bill and stakeholders, a list of categories that would best benefit from access to educational freedom accounts if for whatever reason they feel unsafe in their school districts or they feel that their schools are not providing them the tools to succeed necessary. Hence, there are elements here of standardized test scores being factored in at the school district level and the individual student to qualify for educational freedom accounts, as well as different categories of mental health, of how the student identifies, of how that student, what the district has to offer, if there's a contamination in the school district of PFAS, or if the student or their family is afraid of catching a disease at the school district, that they can then apply and qualify for educational freedom accounts. I'm happy to take any questions of it. I did detail this all in the testimony that I sent over. I don't want to certainly be duplicative of that process, but I'm happy to take any questions from the committee as you see fit. And I know there are others here to talk as well.
Thank you very much, Representative Sweeney. Your speech pathologists did a good job.
Thank you. Yes, they did.
Are there questions from the committee? Representative Lemon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being there, and I'm glad you were a success out of Salem. As I'm looking at several of these categories, it seems to me that many of these categories would fall into a manifest hardship situation, which we currently have in school districts, and superintendents do exercise that. Now, I don't think whether the PFAS, for example, I don't think that would qualify, but clearly the bullying, the sexual orientation, others would already qualify for a parent to deal with a school system to have their child placed in another. Are you aware of the manifest hardship?
I am aware of it, and I think it's a great precedent for this bill to make those students eligible for educational freedom accounts, regardless of their income level.
Thank you.
Representative
Tanner? Do you know whether all the places that the person could use the EFAs would be willing to accept these people?
I don't see any reason why they would not. And I believe if we empower the parents to make that decision with their education, it would not only open up more opportunities in New Hampshire for educational opportunities and freedom for the students, but they would absolutely be able to find the pathway that works best for them.
So just as a follow-up to that, so you're saying that if I'm a parent and my kid is in one of these categories, that I can be assured when I take that EFA and apply it to the different places that are taking EFAs, that all of them will accept me and my kid?
I'm not going to speak for any of the individual institutions, but I feel as if those parents within our educational system and with the options that are available to them, that they are empowered by EFAs, will be able to find the path that accepts them and works for them.
Okay, just, so, yeah, one more. So my point is that public schools have to accept everybody. So they're accepting people who are LGBTQ, they're accepting people that may be exposed to PFAS or whatever. But not, it seems to me, not all places that are accepting EFAs are accepting those people. And I'm just wondering how that, so okay, we're saying, great, parents, you've got all these choices, and then they go to exercise those choices. In fact, we had this with one other group, and the school, the organization or whatever it is, won't accept them. So how do you think you should rectify that?
Well, I would say that if the public school is so accepting of these students and it's still failing them and not serving their needs and they feel unsafe or unsuccessful in that school district, then it's really not acceptance in the public school just because they say they're willing to accept those categories. And I believe the parents would find those institutions and those organizations that are willing to accept their child and their student and put them on the education pathway that works best for them. So I would argue that a public school that may be accepting on paper, but is still failing the student, isn't accepting at all.
Thank you. Are there other questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm just looking at line 11B, and it's very broad. It says that who is concerned that attending school could lead to the spread of contagious diseases such as COVID-19, the common cold, the seasonal flu, pneumonia, and other similar diseases. It just says that you have a concern. It seems to me that it's a very broad category.
Well, we have experienced in the past lockdowns due to diseases and trying to control the spread of it. The lockdown era is gone, and I hope it never comes back. But if a family or a student is still worried about the potential to catch a disease and they don't currently qualify for educational freedom accounts, I think we should be able to make them available to them. It may be a broad category, but that's up to the individual family to determine if they're worried about getting sick or catching a transmittable disease at their school.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I mean, to the same line item that just specifically describes contagious diseases, including the common cold, does that include bed bugs and lice?
That would be up to the family and the parents and the student who is applying for EFAs under this hardship. So if they are a family and they are worried about getting lice or getting a common disease as outlined in the bill, they would be able to qualify for educational freedom accounts under this legislation.
Just a quick follow-up, but they're not diseases.
I was just using your own words in your question, but if they are worried about diseases such as COVID-19, the common cold, the seasonal flu, pneumonia, or other similar diseases, if they're worried about catching that within the school system, they would be free to apply to qualify for educational freedom accounts under this bill.
Further questions?
Thank you.
Thank you for taking my question.
Of course.
So would it be correct to simply say that this bill endeavors to provide a rationale by which any family could qualify their student for an EFA?
If the family attests to one of these categories, they would qualify under this bill, but they would be required to attest to one of the categories in the bill.
Follow.
Yes.
So I'm pretty sure no one actually wants one of those contagious diseases. No one wants to be bullied. I'm not going to read off the whole list. It sounds like everyone qualifies.
Well, it's not anybody who is afraid of being bullied. It's those students who are persistently bullied, which is already defined in statute. As for the diseases, I'm not aware of many families who would be so concerned of catching the diseases that they would pull their students from public school. But I have seen remarks on Twitter from some of our colleagues here in the House worried about students going back to school while diseases are running rampant. And so if those individual families do fear the potential catching and spread of diseases at public schools, I wanted to make sure that they were eligible for educational freedom under this bill.
I have an unrelated question.
Pardon me?
I have a question that's a different line. May I?
Representative Hall, have one of yours, and then we can come back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for taking my question. So in essence, I'm following Representative Balboni and Representative Damon. This truly is, it seems like anyway, or I guess I should ask you, the universal eligibility. Because if I don't qualify financially, I could just, and I really want to get in this program, I just say, I don't want to get the flu. I'm in. So it does seem like a universal.
So
eligibility.
this bill establishes 9 categories that a parent has to attest to in order to get their student qualified for educational freedom accounts. So if they qualify for one of these categories, they would, just one, yep.
Yeah, so, thank you.
Back to Representative Damon, did you?
I do, and thank you. So relative to the category line 22 regarding PFAS.
Yep.
If the district drinking water exceeds the PFAS standards, I would expect that it is highly likely that almost everywhere else in the community also exceeds the PFAS drinking water standards. So having the student change where they get educated doesn't protect them from that. And there's nothing stating here that they need to go to an educational setting where the PFAS standards are not exceeded.
But it would give the family flexibility to send their students outside of that zip code, outside of that area of contamination, and really just empower the family to make the educational decision and the lifestyle decision that works best for them.
Follow up. Thank you. So when legislation comes forward to address PFAS in communities, I hope we'll have your support for addressing it.
I've been, as a member of the Finance Committee, I've supported many efforts to clear our communities of PFAS and would absolutely continue to do so. Of course.
Are there any more questions for Representative Sweeney? Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Rep. Sweeney, for bringing this. So this references COVID and has a line about the infectious diseases and whatnot. Now, the New Hampshire Department of Public Health is still recommending for children that they receive the COVID-19 vaccine. Now, that's despite the fact that I'm not so sure that children are actually affected by COVID-19 usually, but one of the things epidemiologists said was that they have to receive the vaccine in order that they don't spread it to older people who are affected. So along that same line of thought, would this then empower parents, maybe one of them is autoimmune or immune compromised, to remove a child if they're fearful that they might catch something at school that could come home and kill them?
Absolutely. Thank you very much for the question, Representative Belcher. And that's really to the point of why including that provision in there. If there is a family at risk, as you mentioned, with autoimmune disorder or whatever reason that they are fearful of catching an infectious disease like COVID or some similar, this would be able to protect that family and make it so that we won't see lethal cases.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So would you say that the COVID, the ones that are going to use that one, let's say the COVID, that they're not going to go to another private school because there are a lot of kids there too, so that they would likely homeschool at that point?
I certainly don't want to speak for the family, and there may be educational pod opportunities available that would provide a little bit more distancing or different health standards that might align with the family's values. They could potentially use it to expand homeschooling options or their ability to homeschool, or they can find a school option that works for them. So I wouldn't try to theorize what the family would use it for.
Thank you.
I don't see any further hands for.
Oh, hand?
Thank you very much, Representative.
Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and esteemed members of the House Education Committee. For the record, my name is Joe Alexander. I represent the town of Goffstown. So actually, last Thanksgiving, I just celebrated my 10-year high school reunion. And I went to Concord High School. I'm still, yes, I'm a 29-year-old baby. So, and I went to Concord High School. And I'm kind of speaking from the heart here because most of you know that today I identify as an LGBTQ individual. I'm a 29-year-old man. I live with another man. I guess from my experience and why I believe that this bill is needed is because in high school, maybe I was not necessarily comfortable enough coming out and being my authentic self when I saw others in the schools being bullied for being their authentic self. So in that situation, as somebody who identifies as a member of this community, I think it's really important that we provide students and families options, even students that identify as LGBTQ. So I'm really just here to say that there's countless stories like mine. Public schools are great for most people, but not everyone. And I think in a situation where you identify in this way, or you're not really sure yet, and you see others that look like you or act like you being bullied, you should have that opportunity to use an education freedom account and go somewhere that has somewhere that better fits your needs. So with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there questions for Representative Alexander? Yes, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Alexander, for being here. I'm just looking for the difference between, I don't know if you have the bill in front of you, E and I, in that one, it seems like we're talking about the 25th, bottom 25th percentile, and the other one, we're talking about the bottom 10%, 10th percentile. And I'm just wondering if, maybe one of those could be eliminated.
Well, I'm again, the committee now has control over the bill. I would say that if I'm looking briefly at this, geographical boundaries of a school is different from the state standardized testing. So, I mean, if you look at the Goffstown School District, it's Goffstown and New Boston. So that would what I would interpret geographical boundaries. And then the state scores are going to be different from the Goffstown, New Boston scores. So that's how I would answer that.
Perhaps there might be an answer to it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And that's a great observation, Representative Cordelli. Section E is for the students who have tested in the bottom 25th percentile, and Section I is if the school district is in the bottom 10%.
Okay.
So it's the student is on
student versus district.
And that's why we're both named Joe, so he can help if we need it.
Any questions for Representative Alexander? Yes, Representative Cornell.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. It says, a resident of the state who is eligible to enroll in a public elementary or secondary school. So I'm assuming that these are students who are in public schools now and want to leave and get an EFA, not students who are already in a private, parochial, whatever school and want to start getting the EFA. Like a student who identifies as lesbian, bisexual, gay, and they're in a private school, but they are eligible to enroll. Can they get the money?
Yes, I mean, that's the way I read the definition of eligibility, so they're already eligible to receive that.
Okay, so.
But I'm talking about my experience personally as a
I know,
public
but
school
I
student.
think you're a sponsor, so I'm asking, so I'm just wondering if it's students who are in a public school and they're gonna leave because of one of these reasons, or they're in a private school and they have seen this and they say, oh, that's me, and then they ask for the EFA, even though they aren't 350% below poverty level, will they qualify to get this money?
I mean, there could be under this legislation, there's a number of reasons why students would qualify. So I would say in this situation, that's the way I read eligible.
So they don't have to be in the public school?
That's how I read the bill.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Not seeing any. Representative Damon.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I was trying to figure out how to frame this question. Thank you for taking my question, Representative Alexander. I'm wondering if you could comment about ways in which any school environment, public or otherwise, could be a safer, more appropriate place for folks on the LGBTQ identification or anyone else who might be bullied.
Yeah, and I hate to speak for the entire community because I know others like to speak for me in the community. So I, for that reason, won't really speak for the whole community. But I will say from my own personal experience that seeing others bullied made me uncomfortable being authentic in my own skin and my own self. So for that reason, I could see why this bill is needed.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Representative. I'd like to call forward Mary Wilkie.
They have the speaker's officer meeting.
You're welcome. Good afternoon. Could press the red button or there you go. It's red.
Thank you. I'm Mary Wilkie, and I live in Concord. I'm a retired public school teacher, and I'm breaking a record. I've never spoken twice in the same day. So this will be my last, though, I promise. I'm here to oppose HB 1561, and I was interested in hearing Representative Sweeney. I kind of related to a lot of what he was saying because I also went to a very good public school that I think had more resources than a lot of other schools. And one thing he said, and I'm sorry he left because I'm trying to quote him as accurately as I can. I believe he said that he had wonderful experience there. They helped him with his speech disorder and all that. And then he, I believe, said, but I recognize that Salem as a property-rich town is not representative of all school districts. And that's kind of the point that came up this morning, that one way you could deal with that is take out a handful of kids from a property poor district and give them what they need and leave all the rest behind, or you could elevate so that all the kids all around the state have an equal opportunity, which is what Claremont's about. I also had kind of noticed the issue that Representative Cornell raised, and I think, so far, something like 75% of the students who have taken EFAs have already been in private or home school. And so this, as I read this statute, it means if there's a student with an eating disorder at St. Paul's School whose parents can afford to pay for the tuition, she or he is going to get another $5,000 from the state. And I don't understand the rationale for that. If they can get $5,000, and I thought, well, maybe the rationale is then they can, if they need some extra help with, therapy or something, maybe they could use the $5,000 that way. I thought, well, then why not just give $1,000 to every child in a public school who fits in, who has an eating disorder, and let them get therapy too. I don't understand the rationale. You could, let's see. And I guess the other thing that I guess a broader point is, and it's all connected, but if I felt that certainly the sponsors seem very sincere in their concern about students who might have special issues or things that make them feel more vulnerable, whatever it is. But if you're concerned about these categories of children and so concerned that you're willing to push a bill that has no cap in terms of budget, no determined costs, then what about the students who won't be able to take advantage of it? Because we all know there are students who might be eligible, but their parents can't afford to make up the difference between the tuition and what the EFA pays for, or their parents can't provide the transportation, or maybe there's nothing near there where they live. So if you have elevated levels of PFAS in your water at your school, and you're saying, well, give kids a chance to go somewhere else, great. And then you're just going to leave the other ones there drinking the bad water? It just seems inhumane to me. If you really think, I don't mean you, if the sponsors of the bill really feel that these children are at risk, then what about the ones that are not going to be able to take the EFA? What's going to happen to them? And it seems to me that, well, also I've noticed that there are quite a few private schools that, yes, do refuse to take LGBTQ students. They put it right on their websites. They refuse to take students who have certain learning disabilities. They certainly refuse to take students of a different religion. There are a lot of opportunities that are not available to through this program where people are closed out of. But it seems to me that in any situation, you're going to have some students who need something extra or have some extra vulnerability or something. And rather than identifying these categories and who do we think are at risk and give some of them money to leave their public school, but leaving the rest of them behind, and then sending a lot of money to private school kids who already are happy where they are, whether they're in one of these categories or not. What if instead we had a school system where we just gave all the students in these categories the supports they need, including clean water? And what if we provided transportation? And what if we made them open to everybody and free for everybody? And everyone could participate and they all had an equal opportunity. And that's what our public school system is supposed to be. And I just would like to see all of our efforts and all of our extra money that seems to be lying around going to the public schools where up to somewhere around 90% of our students go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Thank you for sticking around. Just a question on one thing you said about, are you aware of religious schools who don't accept someone from that same religion? Because I've had conversations with people in the Catholic schools community, and I've heard about the non-Catholic schools, the great percentage of non-Catholic students who attend those Catholic schools. And I was actually at a conference a few years ago, and a girl from Washington, D.C., her brother was in jail. Her parents said, we got to get you out of this school because you're going to end up the same way he did. She went to a Catholic school. She was not Catholic. When she talked to us, she was studying for her PhD from Syracuse. So I'm just wondering if you have any examples of that.
Are you asking me if there are some religious schools that won't take a child from a different religion?
Correct.
Yes, there are some. I don't have the names in front of me, but I've seen on websites some that say you have to go to their particular church to go, not even just be their religion. There's, I think, a Seventh-day Adventist. Well, I don't want to say without looking because I don't want to be misrepresenting something. There are quite a few on their websites that do say you have to be this religion. And there are others that don't. Others that say we take people of all religions. So it's a mix, I think.
Are there further questions? Yes, Representative Belcher and then Representative Lekis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the testimony. I'm going to try to get this quite right, but I probably won't be perfect with it. You testified that you would like to imagine a school, a public school that was providing clean water, providing all of the necessary things a student needs to achieve, where students are all high achievers and doing well, and all of the special ed children are taken care of, and all of their religions are respected. And imagine if we could just do that all. Can you provide an example of any school in America that would fit those criteria?
I didn't say all those things. I didn't mention religion, for instance. I think public schools are pretty careful to stay out of religion because there's so many religions and non-religions. Well, I don't know. The school that Representative Sweeney described seemed like a school that met a special need in a really great way and changed his life. No, I don't think there's any school that has worked for every single child, but that's why we have the manifest hardship option. But I do think I think often in this room, I hear public schools get characterized a lot as sort of one size fits all, or I don't think they are. I think they make a real effort to meet all the needs. And no, none of them is perfect. I agree. But this bill doesn't say, let's find a school that's just not meeting a specific need. It's saying, it's much more broad than that. It's much more vague than that. And I think there are better ways. I think often when schools are not meeting somebody's needs, it's because they don't have the resources to have that extra special ed teacher or that extra counselor. But no, I mean, nothing is perfect. There's no perfect system in the world. And I'm sure a lot of these private schools aren't perfect either.
Okay, who did I say was next? Representative Lekis.
I'm trying to understand your point in that you said that you wanted to see money go to all the students, and yet it was my bill you testified on earlier where I was trying to get money to go to all the students, and you didn't want to have that happen. And so, can you explain?
I think I must have misspoken or I wasn't clear. I didn't say I want, are you asking me if, are you saying I'm now saying I want EFAs to go to all the students?
Not EFA, money to go to support all the students to have a good education, which is what I was trying to do with my bill. But now you're saying, so I'm just trying to understand what it is that you want with what money to go to all students.
The state money in the Education Trust Fund that I would like to see go to all the public schools in a more equal way so that Salem doesn't stand out as a place where somebody can get that kind of therapy, but recognizes that his school isn't representative of the schools around the state. And therefore, he feels we need to take kids out of those other schools and give them
Okay,
other
so
options.
it's not all students, it's all
follow-up question?
public, yes, please. It's not all students, it's all public schools that you want the money to go to.
Right,
Is that correct?
on behalf of those
Okay,
students.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Tanner.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. In your research, did you find any schools that wouldn't take LGBTQ?
Yes,
people?
I did. Quite a few. One, I wrote down a quote, but I didn't have time to get to it. But one's handbook says that we have reserved the right to deny admission to or expel a student for, quote, professing to be a homosexual / bisexual / transgender person, or engaging or practicing homosexual, bisexual, transgender behaviors, as well as condoning, supporting, or otherwise promoting such practices. And that was one of quite a few. It was just a sample.
Could I have a follow-up on that?
Yes.
So we've had a lot of discussion about diversity, inclusion, and equity as something that shouldn't be in public schools. Do you feel as though that diversion, inclusion, and equity is actually a way to make schools better, public schools better for people that are LGBTQ, people who are bullied, like whatever their other categories are in this particular thing? Probably doesn't do much for PFAS, but
No. I do. And as a teacher, I used to wonder, why are people out there saying such negative things about public schools and diversity and about indoctrination? I think, are they worried because we take everybody, and so we have to say you can't use certain words in a derogatory way about certain classes of people or categories of people. And so we have to talk about those things because we take everybody. What are you going to do? The last class I taught, I had 24 students. 8 of them were were refugees from Asia and Africa who were speaking English as a second language. And, they were, quote, different from the students that most of my students had earlier in their lives bumped into. We have to talk, so it's because we are welcoming everybody. We want them to all feel welcome, and you can't do that if you never address the issue of something going on in the playground that's based on those classes.
Thank you. Any further questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite Matt Southerton. You're just technical support? Okay, if there's some questions for technical support, Matt has not put down a plus or a minus on this bill. So he's just here for support or offering support. Technical question. Yes, you may.
So I have a number of questions for you. Can you tell me what percentage of EFA students have been turned down admission to a school that they applied for or applied to?
Applied to,
Like if you got an EFA and you wanted to use your money for a particular school and they turned you down, can you tell me what percentage of students that's happened to?
I'm not aware of any that's happened to.
Okay.
Are you talking charter schools or public schools? Or?
I'm talking anybody
Okay,
who has an
because he's
EFA.
representing charter schools.
Well, I'm representing CSF.
Yeah, okay,
CSF.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
I wasn't here when this representative.
Oh, I'm sorry, Matt Southerton, Children's Scholarship Fund. So I would say I'm not aware of any schools that have turned down any student for being LGBTQ. In fact, I literally just helped a young lady that was 13 years old about a month ago fill out the application to a local Catholic school for her and her brother who is on an IEP. So I'm not aware of any schools that have turned anyone down.
Okay, thank you. And
Another question?
yes, another question, thank you. Are you aware of any students who have not been able to find a place that fits them? You know, a place, I'm asking you because you have the children's scholarship money and whatever. So, are you aware of any who were not then able to find a place that fits them?
No, I mean, honestly, I think that this program has helped a lot of people. I know that I work for CSF and you'll probably think that I have a bias. I think that this program has helped a lot of students. Anecdotally, I just helped a student that was 6 years old, 7 years old this weekend. Her mom contacted us because her initial order was rejected because we thought that it was a household item. It was for a little mixer, a handheld mixer. We thought it was a household item, and it turns out that this young girl was blind and deaf. And in her IEP, it called for, she needed items that were manipulative so that she could learn through touch and through scent. And so that I adjudicated that order. I spoke with the mom this weekend and we got that straightened out and she was able to reorder her items and then I approved that order.
Okay, so thank you very much.
Are there any other questions? Yes, Representative Myler.
And thank you for being here, Mr. Sutherland. What's the average EFA grant?
The average EFA award, I believe it's around $5,300 currently.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite Deborah Howes.
Okay, good afternoon. Deborah Howes, President of the American Federation of Teachers New Hampshire, and I'm here to speak in opposition to HB 1561, which would expand the state voucher program to different categories of student. Let me be clear on behalf of our 3,700 members who mostly work in pre-K through 12 public schools across the state. We find that this would be an inappropriate use of state funds in a way that does not benefit our Granite State students. Granite State students have so many needs right now: stability, academic challenges, support to meet their learning needs, and safe, welcoming schools where every student belongs, feels valued, and can learn. They do not want an expanded voucher program that seems to be aimed at dividing our communities, dividing some parents from our public schools. And much of what I was going to say has already been brought up in the questioning, so I'm skipping around a little bit here. But they want kids to get a well-rounded education, develop strong fundamental academic skills, and have pathways to career, college, and beyond. That's what our families tell us. That's what they have shown us in local and municipal elections and school boards. People who have run on strong support for public schools have won in the past year in our municipal elections. They tell us this all the time, that they want to see their public schools supported, and they want to see it supported just as robustly in Claremont, Franklin, and Berlin as they are in Bedford, Hanover, and Windham. They want the opportunity for that public school education to be just as real and just as well resourced, with the small class sizes, the academic support, the social emotional support that you get in your Bedfords and Windhams that you can get in Claremont and Berlin. And having money go into any voucher program and expanding it like this makes it harder for the state to fulfill its duty to its Granite State to all students in the Granite State. Because you do have a constitutional duty to each and every one of those Granite State students to provide that public education that is just as robust in every single district across the state and hits property taxpayers just as lightly or just as hard in every single district. it was brought up that this voucher program could allow vouchers for students who are LGBTQ or have family members who are, but that there may be education service providers who do not accept such students. And we heard another speaker address that is indeed the case, going by their handbooks. I have some citations on that, and I will hand it in my testimony. Also, an average $5,300 a year for a voucher is not going to get you into the promise that vouchers have, that it's going to get you, help you with elite private schooling like Phillips Exeter or St. Paul's. It's not going to come close to paying tuition for an elite private school. The experience with most voucher programs across the country is that it actually harms academic achievement. It has a worse impact on academic achievement than Hurricane Katrina or COVID-19 disruptions. And I have citations of that as well, and I will be emailing this because it's in links. Expanding the school voucher program will help any child who needs our support. It will only make it harder for the state to meet its constitutional obligation to all students, which is to provide that robust public education system. And let's be honest, who benefits most from this bill? It's not Granite State students. It's transparently a tax subsidy for families who are already choosing to send their students to private school or to homeschool them. Most of these students who are using vouchers were not in public school when the program started, and those joining the program have not been in public school. They have not been leaving public school for this. It's an education welfare program for those who can afford other options, and it does nothing to help us meet our constitutional obligation to Granite State students. So I urge you to vote no on HB 1561. Our kids deserve better than this. They deserve a robust, well-rounded opportunity for a public education in every single district in the state, and our property tax payers deserve to be footing the bill at an equal rate across the state, not heavier in one district than in another district. So we can all benefit, like the original maker of the bill was talking about. He benefited from his public schools. And with that,
Thank you. Are you willing to take questions?
I will take them. If I don't have the facts to answer them, I will get back to you because I do not want to answer unfactually.
Representative Dry.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question.
Sorry, you don't match your name tag. That threw me off for a moment.
Arlene just got really short. And thank you. You continuously refer to the program as a voucher program.
Mm-hmm.
The voucher program was repealed in 1988. So there's no statutory definition of a voucher program.
Is there a question?
That wasn't a question.
Where in the
Would you
statute?
prefer there's another term? I would,
Or is
for
there
a language point of view.
Is
for
there a
shorthand.
statutorily defined thing that you could use?
So it's not a voucher program, a voucher system. Voucher scheme sounds judgmental, so.
Follow up. Would you consider educational freedom accounts, which is what the bill is about?
Well, it's a voucher though, so I do, yeah.
Thank you very
resist
much.
calling it something
Are there
else.
other
Yeah.
questions? Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. A lot of the concerns you raised about this bill related to funding and funding of public schools. But how about the actual criteria in this bill for eligibility for students? For instance, persistent bullied student, I don't think has anything to do with funding for a school in particular. So wouldn't that be a valid option for a child who is being persistently bullied and not having a remedy in the local school to possibly get an education freedom account?
There are two parts to my response. One is there is already the manifest hardship route that a family can take, and certainly there are cases where a student is being bullied, and the option should be considered working through counseling, working through the chain of command and the principal, and reporting all issues, as always should be done when there are instances like that. Another part to that response, though, is there enough staff on hand? Is there enough supervision on hand? Are there the right number of behavior specialists, counselors to deal with the student population in that school? So there could be evidence of a systemic problem, especially if there's more than just one isolated incident of bullying. So you could be talking about a funding issue that you do not have an appropriate staffing level in the school to take care of all the students' needs in that school.
Yes.
And you're right, there are options because a student now who is persistently bullied and that situation is being neglected by the school can actually sue the school district. So that is another option for that student. You're correct in that regard. But you also mentioned manifest education hardship. How about a student who is granted manifest education hardship, as in J, but goes to their neighboring public school and is denied admission, or the other public school neighboring that district and is denied admission into that public school, and this child happens to be special needs, should that child have another option? I think that was a question.
You think that was a question? Well, you're I would have to look at the statute to see if there is already an avenue for appealing denials so that you can find a correct fit. This seems like an awfully extreme option to create what's essentially a universal voucher system with what's going to be an $83 million in new spending in FY 2025 alone. That's new spending on top of the existing spending in the voucher system. If we don't like program. Yes.
Are there further questions? Representative Lekis?
Yes, the amount in addition that you just mentioned, how did you come up with that amount?
That was analysis, I believe Reaching Higher, New Hampshire did that analysis based on I would have to look at their footnotes to tell you exactly how they derived that, but they did the math.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So just as a point of clarification then, because I was going to ask about the fiscal notes. We have 49 bills with fiscal notes, of which we haven't received over half of them, the fiscal notes.
Yep.
So your data does not come from the LBA?
No, my data does not come from the LBA. Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Okay.
I'd like to invite Brian Hawkins.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Brian Hawkins, today representing NEA New Hampshire. I will try not to repeat a lot of what has already been said today. We're here in opposition to HB 1561. We feel that this legislation would result in a dramatic expansion of the school voucher program, something that the legislature rejected last year because of the potential financial consequences it could have with our ability to support a universal public education for New Hampshire students. Specifically, this bill, and to a certain extent the previous bill, did this by lifting the income cap on certain categories of students. And when HB 464 from last year was rejected, that was done so in the Senate Education Committee with the concern that it would potentially blow a hole completely into the Education Trust Fund. So with this bill, the extraordinarily broad and somewhat vague categories of students between these, this bill and the last bill create what amounts to a universal eligibility to the school voucher program. And as President Tuttle mentioned earlier this morning, we've seen what that has resulted in states like Arizona, where they're now facing a budget deficit, in large part due to that program being 1,400% over the budgeted amount for that amount. We have a subcommittee now. Obviously, some of you are on it to try and get to a point where we're not 50th in the nation in terms of the state support for its share of public education. The no income limit on various categories is also a concern because there's no additional accountability measures. The legislature has also just begun work. You mentioned the legislative budget assistant on a performance audit for the program. That only began, I think, days or weeks ago. And so we feel it would be premature to expand the program before that audit is complete. We mentioned some of the categories earlier outlined in the bill. I would just add additional concern here is that you're not adding any protections in the EFA law for the students that are in some of these categories that it's purporting to help. And so there are no anti-discrimination protections in the law, in the EFA law, nor does it extend protections like there are in the state bullying law to private schools. It was mentioned, admission was mentioned earlier too. And the program shifts a lot of key expenses to parents who then often have to subsidize private tuition for families who would never have enrolled in a public school. I'll conclude by just saying that, we finished a teacher shortage committee this past year where we talked about the need to do things like reduce class sizes, raise pay, so that we can address the shortages that are in our schools, not only with teachers, but with support staff as well. And rather than divert money to this program, which, as far as we can tell, is an unknown amount because of these some of these very broad categories, we should address that workforce issue first. So thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hawkins. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Petronil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here and taking my question. This is a question relating to classroom size. So if students left the classroom in pursuit of an Education Freedom Account opportunity, would that reduce the classroom's size?
Well, depending on how many students left, because of the funding model that we use in the state, the students who are going to remain, the community would shoulder an even larger burden to help maintain the personnel and the building itself. So I don't see how kids leaving the public school is going to help with encouraging class size. It probably will encourage consolidation, if anything, into larger classes. So that would be a concern.
Further questions? Thank you very much.
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
I'd like to call Alicia B.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and
welcome.
Thank you. So I just like to first say that I'm in support of this bill. I'm actually a receiver of the EFA. I was homeschooled and up until last year, and now I'm in an awesome small private school in Candia, New Hampshire. And they have fulfilled many of my needs that I would have struggled with. One of them is math. I'm a little behind in math, and last year was even more behind. And since they're smaller, they actually allowed me to have a private tutor. And I did 3 years of math in 4 semesters. And now I'm caught up and I'm only a year behind. And then next year I'll be doing regular grades with math with my class. The public schools, they fulfill a lot of needs for a lot of other children, but the problem is once it gets to such a certain size, some of my own personal friends, I have never been to public school, but I have friends that went, they don't always meet all the certain needs of every single individual. And so what the EFA allows is for that individual to be able to take the money that they would still receive through the state if they're in public school and allow them to go to a better place, maybe that fits their needs better, because school, especially teenagers, middle schoolers, and young kids, they spend the majority of their 4 years, maybe of that lifetime there, and it can really affect a difference. This small school I went to, they've had kids, 2 of them are from Nigeria, and they picked this school because they're able to help fulfill their needs, maybe a little behind in English and others like that. We also have 2 Chinese students, and they're able to fulfill their needs because they're smaller. So I think that this is a really good bill because it allows each individual to pick and choose what is best for them because the public school can't meet everyone.
Thank you very much, Alicia. Any questions? Yes, Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Alicia, thank you for being here, and I'm glad you're back on track. What school did you ultimately decide to go to?
Jesse Remington High School.
Which one?
Jesse Remington High School in Candia, New Hampshire.
Thank you.
Representative Perna?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. Where did you learn your public speaking skills?
Yeah.
Teen Pact.
Representative Cordelli?
Yes, thank you so much for being here and your wonderful testimony. I wouldn't normally ask, but could I ask your age?
17.
Great. Follow up?
Yes.
From your description of your class, I'm not sure their opinions on things, but it seems like quite a diverse classroom you're in.
It is.
How many students are in the classroom?
So even though it's smaller school, I only have 11 kids in my class, but I have 1 boy from Nigeria, 1 girl from China who was able to come here. It's a very diverse class. So even though it's smaller, it all fits their needs better, and we're all closer, honestly, like as a group.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any further questions of Alicia? Yes, Representative Tanner.
Thank you for coming, and you're doing a great job. I was having difficulty hearing, though, which is my issue. Did you say that you had not attended any public high school
No,
or public schools?
No, but I have a lot of friends who went from public school to Jesse Remington, and maybe a few of them bullying problems or just that the teacher was not able to fit their specific needs. One of the girls she's a very nice girl and a really good friend of mine, but she had a lot of problems with anxiety. So even though she was a high overachiever and she was always getting good grades, because of the larger class size, the school was overlooking that. So when she came to our school, it came like very relevant. If she didn't get like a 98 or something, she would have like a mini panic attack, seriously. And unfortunately, that led to some serious mental health stuff for her, but the school, the past year, they've still been helping her with schoolwork. The teachers talk to her each week, and I'm glad to say she's going to return with us tomorrow.
Good. Thank you so much.
Any further questions? Well, thank you very much. I applaud you on your ability to communicate what you wanted to do today, and you did an excellent job, and on behalf of the whole committee, thank you.
Thank you.
Last speaker, Kate Shea.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee. Kate Shea from Goffstown. Seen many of you in the past. Good to be here again. There's a quote that I really like, which says, "When the human in me sees the human in you, we make progress." And I wanted to start out with that because I'm very much human today, coming off a very difficult year of losing my father and my mother and just being sick myself. So please forgive me as I try to read these words that are way too small for my old eyes. I'm here to support all of these EFA bills today. Just very briefly, I'm the standing survivor of some devastation to my family personally, and have seen it in my own town. Back in 2020, I'm going to go off the rails here a little bit. We had groups of people coming into the school board and arguing over masks or no masks. And it was this huge division, right? Does everybody remember that? And I went in with some information from the DOE, some new programs coming out, and I said, I don't think we have to make a decision of us against them. I think we can come up with something that fits both sides. And our district, unfortunately, did not want to take part in that. But I'm happy to say that those homeschool, I guess they're considered homeschool because you have to declare that status. But those pods have grown and grown, and they're meeting a diverse need of students. And you just heard from the last student. I wanted to share with you a quote from Mike McShane of Forbes magazine. "Here's to the kids in the banana costumes, which featured a progressive and real discussion of the challenges in education, helping kids find solutions. I can think of few better metaphors," he says, visual metaphors, "for microschools and other alternative learning environments than a happy child in a banana costume." I'll have you know that was my child in the banana costume who has autism. I'll be happy to forward you that article. He was one of two publicists that put out an article about this being the way of the future and that we cannot continue to try to solve the same problems the same ways. So for many perfectly reasonable reasons, traditional schools can't accommodate someone who wants to wear a banana costume, right? I mean, that's not something you can go to work in your banana costume. But there are students who need to have a more orderly, distraction-free learning environment. There are some in the banana suit or not who don't neatly fit in the box. And one flavor we've allowed those with most potential and most vulnerable isn't working. I'll also note that these are not kids who take any standardized tests well, nor do these tests provide any tangible help to them directly in their educational journey. There are many reasons why these kids need other options. From the article, Logan's twin sister was bullied in her old school and said as well of her new environment, "It's calmer here. No one is making fun of me." As Mike McShane said in the article, if that doesn't break your heart, I don't know what to tell you. If you do the math, the options are not a takeaway. I've testified many times before about inefficiencies caused by federal IDEA law, which leads to more expensive customers of our public school system, including in my own town where we have many out-of-district placements. These are some of the most expensive placements that we have, and there are options available. As I mentioned, going to my town and saying, hey, you know, you have these other options. You can route these students this other direction. So just as you wouldn't continue to do something inefficient in your household, it doesn't make sense to do it here either. No amount of Band-Aids or IEP documents will fix a simple situation that can be addressed by saying, if the plant does not flower, don't fix it, change its environment. And I can tell you that the children who have, through the pandemic challenges, found their way to these alternative paths are thriving. And they are not Republican children. They are not Democrat children. They are our children in New Hampshire, all of our children. This creates opportunity, and you heard from the gentleman earlier, it wouldn't do much for that, but I beg to differ that it creates space to fairly address the mainstream children who are expanding past the brick building faster than we can address. It's the right thing to do, and innovation generally creates positive outcomes. The opposite of that holds back children, holds back families who experience socioeconomic, race, gender, and all kinds of bias. I mean, these are our students who need gender affirmation. I'm speaking directly in terms of children that I know that are part of our school. And these are students that could not remain in the mainstream because they were not in a gender affirming environment. It seeks to hold them down. I don't think this committee is about that. Again, going back to when the human in you sees the human in me, with my shaky voice and all, we can make progress. I know we can. I know we've done it in the past. So let's do the right thing, New Hampshire. Let's move these EFA bills forward and stop putting limitations where not needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Shea, for being here. Welcome back. As I recall, in the past, you've testified on a number of special education bills. I think
Yes.
maybe one or two of your children have had IEPs. Where are they? Thank you. Where are they these days? Are they in one of the pods that you mentioned?
They are. Thank you for that. So 2 of mine went to a VLAX route. They needed the pressure off in the environment, and they are excelling. And for all those that knock VLAX, it's an amazing program of many times former public school teachers, and some of them actually are existing public school teachers. So they are thriving. They're actually preparing as 14-year-olds to consider what their careers are going to be and what college path they're going to follow. And they have regular interactions with teachers. They have to have this, they have collaborations with other students. There's even a homeschool kickball group that we joined this year that has all ages. And you know what? All these kids that never got the chance to play kickball, they're out there playing kickball. And the younger 2 are part of a Prendapod, which has grown exponentially. And they've done exceptionally well and went from a 10-year-old not reading to reading off the charts to making a friend with someone in India that I have to tell them, okay, you can't be talking to your friend in India in the middle of the night. It's opened all kinds of doors that I wouldn't have imagined. And I will tell you, I was probably, having been the child of a public school teacher, and I have 2 sisters that are public school teachers, probably a pretty strong critic of what I thought alternative schooling was. It flipped everything upside down for our family, and we are no longer struggling. 6 years of family court it wasn't needed. We didn't need that. If we could have found a path sooner, we didn't have to struggle. And to your point, we had IEPs that were about this thick high. And the inefficiency that caused the school district and the teachers, I would look them in the eye, and there would be 10 of them and 1 of me, and they would want to tell me that this was just miserable. And we can see that through the droves that have left. So long story short, they're thriving. You know, there are teachers who are finding their ways to other options. If they don't like the mainstream option, they can find an option too. So this isn't just for kids, it's for everybody. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
And with that, we're going to close the hearing on 1561. And we'll move to the last bill of the day, which is 1665.
Get your card.
1665 is an act relative to student eligibility for the Education Freedom Accounts program. Go ahead. Welcome, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and committee members. For the record, Glenn Cordelli, representing Tuftonboro, Wolfboro, and Ossipee in the beautiful Lakes region. And I'm here to talk about House Bill 1665, an expansion of the Education Voucher Program. Oh, excuse me, I mean the Education Freedom Accounts Program. But basically, this increases the income eligibility cap from 350% to 500%. And it struck me yesterday during testimony on one of the food meals bills, where I think it was the lady from Hunger Solutions mentioned that income does not take expenses into account when they were looking to increase the cap on their program. And I agree completely. I've been on the phone recently a number of times with a mom from Swansea, whose husband works for the state of New York and commutes to Albany 3 days a week. He makes a very good salary, about $150,000. But she was telling me, you can't believe the expenses of the travel over to Albany. All the other expenses they have related to that, but he wants to stay in his job there for his retirement system. And I can imagine why he wants to do that. But the 500% income cap, according to 2022 federal poverty guidelines, a family of two at 500% would be an income of $91,550. Let me point out, 2022 New Hampshire family median income for a family of two, $87,260. Federal poverty guidelines for a family of four, $138,750. Median income, $135,853. So we're close, right on the border of median family income with this cap increase to 500%. And median, if you put them all on a ranking, medium is the midpoint. So we're at the midpoint of family income with this increase to 500%. So there's many below, and we're dealing with the lower income families still because they're below the median or right at the median income for a family of their size. So that is why I chose the 500% level as I thought a reasonable and valid family income cap. With all due respect to Representative Lakis's bill, but that was my reasoning for choosing the 500% level. And I thank the committee.
Thank you very much. Are you willing to take questions?
Sure.
Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Myler.
Yes, thank you for your data. Could you repeat the data again, please?
Sure. I can provide copies as well, but federal poverty guidelines for 2022, for a family of two at 500%, it is $91,550. And the median income, family income, was $87,260. Would you like the family of four also?
Please.
Sure. Family of four, 500% is $138,750. And the median income, $135,833.
Well,
yes, go ahead.
So then what would be the 500%? What were your figures there?
That
is the 500.
That was 500%.
Those are the 500.
Okay.
500%. Further questions? Representative Tanner.
Thank you. Do you have any idea why the Legislative Budget Office can't come up with fiscal notes on something like this, where you have
That is definitely
statistics?
above my pay grade level.
But you have the statistics.
Yeah, I didn't get these statistics from them. I know that they're busy working on a number of projects. I think they're right now working on a special education performance audit also. So I'm not sure the timing and a number of projects they're working on.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Lekis.
Those who are at that median level, do they qualify for other scholarships, do you know, that would help them to afford a private or other school for their children?
Well, they would not qualify for the tax credit scholarship program, but there are many private schools, Catholic schools, non-religious private schools that offer scholarships to students. A great many EFA students who go to private schools get a scholarship from that school. I believe I read a year or two ago that the average cost for a Catholic elementary school was something in the $8,000 price range for tuition. And again, you could get a scholarship on top of the EFA.
Even for those who are at the mid-range, the 500%?
I haven't asked anyone in a private school about the 500% level, but yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Peternell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Did you just say that the tuition at a Catholic school is $8,000? And correct me if I'm wrong, but it costs about $20,000 to educate a student publicly in New Hampshire?
I believe a couple of years ago, that was the number that was quoted to me for a Catholic elementary school.
Further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Oh, Representative Damon.
Thank you. I'm actually not sure whether this question is for Representative Cordelli or you, Chair Ladd, or both. But apropos of the lack of fiscal note, the statement attached to the bill says that the LBA can't do it because they don't have the data they need from DOE. So can we exert some leverage on DOE and not just on this fiscal note?
Well, I think that they're probably doing fiscal notes for criminal justice, for education, for transportation, not DOE, but all these folks, but they all go through LBA.
But LBA has to get the data first.
Yeah, I know it. And when we're talking about 49 bills that we have alone, they're trying to carve them out. And actually, I feel that we've gotten some fiscal notes this year that we hadn't gotten any in the previous year. So I would say they're a little bit ahead of the game. I know that Mark and Caitlin and company are trying to do that. And they know we're looking for this stuff. Unfortunately, our date to get some of this out is in a couple weeks, February 15th. Further questions of Representative Cordelli? Yes, Representative Hall?
I have a question. Thank you for, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm curious, does it matter to you what the fiscal note would say? Or is it more, or does it matter how high or low or whatever in your, in terms of?
No, I'm trying to do what I think is right with this bill.
So it doesn't matter the cost. Thank you.
Further questions of Representative Cordelli? Yes, Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Along Representative Hall's questioning, last year we looked at the bill and we just raised it up to 350, and now we're looking at 500. And you say that you just want to do what's right. Are we going to be looking at, I don't know, 600, 750 next year?
Are you suggesting legislation for next year already?
No, I'm just questioning the intent. When does it end?
Perhaps that would be a question for Representative Lakis.
Okay, any further questions from the committee? Thank you very much. One last card that I have. You weren't here for the initial thing I said, were you, Mr. Christina?
Thank you very much, Chairman Ladd. No, I wasn't, but
The pink cards that come in that have manuscript or cursive with some doubt as far as how to read, that individual will stay after school tonight.
It's my understanding the cursive law is just being implemented, if I'm not mistaken, from a year or two ago.
Oh, so welcome, Barrett.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Good afternoon, members of the committee. I wasn't going to testify, but Representative Peternell, you seemed very surprised that the cost of a Catholic elementary school is $8,000 per year, while the cost of a public school education is about $20,000 per year. I presume you also know why that may be, but in case anybody on the committee is confused, Catholic schools are not providing special education services to the extent that public schools are doing them. When a child needs an out-of-district placement, it is not the church that's paying for that? It's the public schools. Likewise, as members of the committee may know, the state of New Hampshire has routinely cut all funding from the New Hampshire retirement system. They used to pay a portion of the fees that locals had to pay to the retirement system. They cut that back in 2013. If we want to run through the expenses that public schools are obligated to meet versus the expenses that private schools choose to meet, our public schools and our school boards are all happy to do that. We'll do that any day of the week. If there are any questions relative to that point or the bill in general or vouchers, I'm happy to answer them.
Are there questions of the New Hampshire School Board Association? Representative Lakis.
Could you get us that information? I would appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I don't know if I can get that for private schools, but I can certainly
For public
get a listing of all the obligations that public schools are required to compile. Have you gotten the law books yet from the Department of Education? Did you have the abridged, the annotated one or the thin one? It's somewhat annotated. There you go. I mean, those are the mandates. Those are all the mandates to the things that we have to do, Representative. And my annotated version, I think they maybe abridged the annotated version, is Representative Cordelli and Ladd and probably Miley. You know, some of those have been 1,600 pages long. It's right. So, but I guess the other thing to do would be to, talk to your business manager, go through your local district budget and see if they can differentiate mandated costs versus sort of arbitrary costs or costs that they choose to do that the voters are opting to pay for.
Okay, thank you, because these don't give,
No. Those are just the law.
right, they're just the laws, right?
Yeah.
So having the costs would be.
I'll see what I can do. We have a working list of all the unfunded mandates that the legislature has passed into
That
about
would be awesome to see,
2010 or so, Becky. So
I would love to see that.
We'll send that to the committee as well, too.
Thank you.
Yep.
Further questions from the Representative Tanner?
Do private schools and religious schools have to abide by ADA, like put in elevators or, special?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I'll be honest with you. I don't know what private schools are obligated to do or federal laws that they're required to abide. I simply don't know the answer to that.
I think under some of the municipal codes, fire,
Right.
that code, health, safety.
And it's my understanding too that if there are, I don't want to get myself in trouble here. If it's a quote unquote historic building or if there are significant upgrades or renovations to them, they may have to come into compliance with some sort of updated building codes. But offhand ADA and whatnot, you're shaking your head. I believe you, Representative. I just don't know the answer to that.
Further questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
could I ask a technical question, Mr. Sutherland, regarding?
Sure, if he's willing. Not of you, Barrett.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sure.
Matt, Sutherland, are you willing to answer a technical question?
Thank you for asking this. I've had this query in my own mind. A couple of years ago, for example, I looked at the Concord Christian Academy and what it cost to go there.
Okay.
And I believe, and this was like maybe 3 years ago, and I believe it was about 13.5. So
Okay.
it's probably now, let's say 15.5.
Okay.
And a student who gets an EFA voucher for $5,300, what happens to the other 10?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. I actually was not familiar with private schools prior to taking this position myself, so this is a great learning experience for me too. Students that need financial aid to attend these programs are given financial aid packages, and essentially what happens is the more affluent families subsidize those students. So they would, the more affluent families would pay the full tuition ride, and then a student that needs the financial aid package, they would just basically, they would do away with it, right? They would say, we're going to give you $10,000 in, financial aid, and then we'll use the EFA for the $5,000.
Okay, thank you very much.
And that's just an example. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you for taking my question. Have you seen tuitions rising lately in the private sector?
I couldn't answer that with any specificity. I wouldn't know.
Okay, I just thought,
I think the answer to that is yes. It's definitely occurring. In fact, I can tell you the one that my grandkids go to. It's public/private. And the tuition for a boarding student now is up close to $70,000 a year. And the tuition is at $22,000. And the Catholic school within that particular community is up around 16,000. It's climbing everywhere due to the cost of doing business. Yeah. So any further questions? Thank you again.
Thank you.
Do we have any other cards for this particular bill? This is 1665. Not seeing, we're going to close this hearing. And that takes us to the end of the agenda for today. Appreciate everybody coming today and testifying. And the next meeting of this body will be tomorrow.
We get out early today.
Yeah, we're getting out early today and no snow.